Hello, I am Eagle, Eagle Gardens, Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is fucking Talking Shit with Eagle. Episode number 53, featuring missnewtygrows, who will be here soon. Just flying by the seat of my pants at the moment. Everything's running a wee bit late. As you can see, things are looking a little different behind me currently. Running late because Miss Nudie Grows. I actually shot her the numbers a little bit late because I'm out of power. And I had to fucking go run and grab a generator and grab some gas and fucking run some cords, and bam, the show still is going on. With a little bit of help from some generators and a little bit of will, the show will go on tonight. Hopefully at some point we'll be able to restore some power. But hell, I'm here. This works. Just killing a little bit of time waiting for Miss Nudie Grows to get her stuff set up, and then we'll be jumping in. So in the meantime, I'm going to smoke and hang out with you guys. Ned Denver, first up tonight. What's going on? Purple Thumb OG, Michigan Medicated. How you doing tonight? Michigan Native, how you doing? Chris Mertz, fucking talking shit with me. How you doing, brother? Who else we got in here? Arturo Santamilia. I hope I said that right. Good evening. How are you? Johnny Cannaseed. Jankman 420. Warlock, I'm glad you popped in. Did I get your information? Your address for your winnings the other night? Because I sent everybody else's packages out but yours. Because I couldn't find your address. Most Hated Grower, how you doing tonight? Thank you for popping in. Having a momentarily technical difficulty, but it won't last long. Yeah, running on candlelight tonight. Or doobie flames. We lost power about 45 minutes ago, and I had to scramble and get some power going. Oh, here's a guest right here. Uh-oh, what happened? There we go. Hello, how you doing? I can't hear you yet. Can you hear me?
All right.
There you go. I think. Yeah.
We did it.
How you doing?
Zoom champions. I'm doing pretty good. How are you? Nice to meet you in person now.
Nice to meet you. Yeah, it's as close as we can get. You get the creepy version tonight.
Yeah, what's going on over there?
My power went out like about a half hour ago.
Oh, geez.
So to keep the show going, I had to run and grab my generator and some gas and run some cords to. That's why I was kind of late shooting you the numbers.
Oh yeah, no worries at all. I was running late. I'm late for life.
I'm just glad it worked out. That's all.
Yeah, man. The show must go on. I like your ethic.
I try anyway. I try to make it all work.
I'm gonna join you. I just rolled this. I also put on the YouTube thing because I'm an old pro at this now, working with Shane. So now I can see the people in the chat and they're saying hello. So I would like to say hello back. Right now I can see Chris Mertz and Michigan Medicated saying hello.
Please go ahead and introduce yourself and where they can find you real quick, since I didn't get the opportunity to introduce you correctly.
Sure. Mostly you can find me on Instagram at missnewtygrows. That's probably where I'm the most active. That's where I do most of my like coaching through DMs and video chats. And then also on YouTube, Genevieve Eats Weed. I have various tutorial videos on there on how to get started with growing weed and cooking with weed. But basically, I'm a medical home grower. I have my ACMPR license, which here in Canada, that's the license you need for medical. And I also work in a commercial grow setting. So I work in a weed factory, a legal weed factory up here in Canada.
That's pretty awesome all in itself, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I've been doing that job for about a year. I just finished my chapter with that company, and I'm actually starting a new chapter this week. So I'm pretty pumped about that. So I'll be working for a much smaller company, much nicer, much happier, much all good vibes all around. So I am PUMPED, pumped.
Well, it sounds like you've got yourself pretty well submerged into the plant.
Yes, I'm obsessed.
I like to think I am as well. I really
Yes.
So, when did you start this obsession? When was that first time that you snuck in that first cannabis cigarette or joint or bowl or whatever it was?
Okay, well, let's get into that. You know what? I was thinking about this before I came on the show, and that I've been on a few different podcasts and I've been on I don't know, just a few different shows. And I don't think I've ever sat down and talked about exactly where I got started. Like people have heard probably pieces of my history, but nothing where I've just talked about myself, I guess. So this is fun.
It's gonna be fun. I'm gonna enjoy this, and I hope that they enjoy getting deeper into you, knowing you a little bit deeper than they normally would.
Cool. Okay, so I know a lot of people that I run with. They've been growing weed since they were in the crib, basically. Since they, people have been smoking weed since they were young, and that wasn't actually me. I never really smoked weed. Without getting into a 7-hour show, I have 9 years behind me that I'm sober. So drugs and alcohol, and I don't include cannabis in that. But at the time, I had kind of given up everything. And so I guess if I just go back about 4 years, I got really sick with ulcers, and I lost 150 pounds actually, because like it was very sick. I was on cancer medication, opiate. Well, I hadn't been on opiates yet because of my previous drug history. And so I was almost at that point, because I was just like, I was ready to die, man. Like I was suicidal. And I remember my friend saying, like, just like smoke this weed, like just like try this. You gotta try this. And like, no, I can't. I'm sober. Like I had even talked to doctors about it, my medical team. I talked to people in 12-step programming. I did smart recovery. So I talked to people there. Like everyone had basically said that if I smoked marijuana, even if it was medicinal, that I would be relapsing, and that basically I'm kicked out of the club. So I know. So I was desperate. So I basically gave up my sobriety, or I thought I did, and like smoked that first joint. And I just couldn't believe the relief that I got. Just I tried so many different medicines and nothing was working. Nothing hit that where the pain was in my stomach, like nothing was finding it. And so when I smoked that first joint, it relieved the pain temporarily. And then also I got hungry, which I hadn't been hungry for probably 6 months. So that was the first step. So it slowly increased from there. And then as I realized that this plant was helping me physically, it was also helping my recovery. And so mentally, before I had started smoking marijuana, I'd say I was probably on the verge of relapsing with alcohol and drugs, just because I was like, fuck this life. Like, if this is how I'm living, I'm going to be fucked up. So I also say that weed saved my life in that regard, because it saved my mental health too. So I didn't realize that it was going to do that also. So then, yeah, I just kind of ran into it. I was purchasing my weed illegally at the time through a friend. And I decided that I would get my medical prescription just so that I could purchase it legally and get the process going for starting to grow, I suppose. It was early kind of thoughts in my mind. I was doing a little bit of research. But I started paying for a prescription that was costing me between probably like $500 and $700 a month. And so I just couldn't afford that. And and at this whole time too, I was keeping everything a secret. I'm a mom. My daughter's 22. And we smoke weed together. It's cool. We have this great relationship. But when she was a teenager, like, I had that whole stigma about marijuana where it's like bad and like shameful. And like, even though I was medicating and it was relieving my pain, I still looked at it like, I can't show her that this is what I'm doing, because then she's going to turn into a pothead and that's like the end of the world, like reefer madness or something. So yeah, I kept it a secret from everybody. Plus I was a social worker working for Boys and Girls Club, Big Brothers, Big Sisters. And here I am, this like big pothead as soon as I get home, and I was even starting to dabble a little bit like before work just to find the relief. Right. So I was living a double life. And it was tough. So
This was just 4 years ago?
Yeah, man. Like, my life is completely different. Actually, you know what? A whole year has passed, so I'm gonna say it's 5 years ago now. 5 years
It's
ago.
just, even for like, man, it's been medical here in Michigan for quite some time. In Canada, even before Michigan.
The 90s. Yep.
So why such a big stigma still?
Well, even just trying to find somebody who would give me a prescription for it took me almost 6 months to find the right doctor that would say yes.
Was much of the stigma or the reason why you were kind of a closet smoker, if you will, because of your past use? Were you afraid that if people around you knew that you were using the cannabis, they were going to be afraid that you may have like a relapse or something? Is that why you were
Yeah,
kind of
absolutely. It? My whole family, everyone, like, nobody knew except for the select few that I had like relapsed, you know. But that's not how I end up seeing it now. I'm still sober. I medicate with marijuana. So, I mean, yeah, I use it recreationally too, but I have this thought, like, I've given up every single thing that I used as a coping mechanism that is kind of negative. So I gave up drinking, I gave up drugs, I gave up food, I gave up smoking cigarettes. Like, I gave up all these bad habits. And it's like, everyone needs a vice, right? And so whether you're using it medicinally or recreationally, you're still using it medicinally in my head. So whether you're doing it intentionally, it's still healing and helping your body in some way. So that's just my opinion. People disagree, but I know you won't.
No, in fact, we share some kind of common grounds already. I think you're pretty cool already. In fact, I one of my oldest, well, I've got 3 daughters. Okay, 3.
Yeah.
They're all older. One's fixing to be 21, and she's hanging out in chat now. She's actually in the chat, Lexi.
Awesome.
So she's been a part of.
I love that.
They've all been a part of the show, and they're supporters, and it's funny. Lexi in particular, like, we've had our ups and downs, but this show is, and it's weird way. It was never even seen it coming, and it was like everybody else kind of like pointed it out. It's like, man, it's, has this brought you guys closer? And it did. She didn't. I was always hung out in the chats for like years and years and got this camaraderie. The camaraderie of the cannabis community, awesome. Hanging out in the chats. And then this took off, okay? And then she started watching, hanging out a little bit in the chats, and then secretly at first, And then she
Oh,
actually
yeah.
started liking the show, and then she started popping up one day, and I addressed her, and then next thing you know, man, she was hooked. She was hooked. She was after the show. She was, oh, these people are so nice, and I like hanging out here. And so now it's every day after the show. She's like, everything that I missed in chat, she's giving me a rundown. Did you catch this? We talked about that. Blah blah
That's
blah.
awesome.
So
You have your own little like producer in training.
yeah, kind of. But
Yeah,
it's
well, my
awesome
daughter is
that
my prodigy too. We're educating our kids. Like we're literally changing the stigma as we speak just by educating and being open with our children.
yes, that's fucking
Yes.
awesome.
Yeah, like I can't wait to see what our kids think of marijuana in even 10 years from now, just because of the work that not just you and I, but the other parents, like I'm involved with quite a few other like parent education for cannabis groups. One that I can think of, Canna Parents, it's awesome. But it's helping people, especially in Canada, because it's legal, right? And so people still have this idea that social services is going to swoop in and take your kids away. And, you know, like, and that's just not actually the truth. And so it's just, I guess, getting that awareness out there. And how do we talk to our kids about, like, if we're going to grow at home and is it safe? Like, people don't even realize like that it's actually safe for a kid to be. I let my 8-year-old nephew help me in the garden, you know, like it's actually safe. Like a kid can touch a plant and it's not going to harm them, you know. So it's just cool. It's cool to see that we're in the middle of that transition. And I like that you and your daughter hang out and do this. It reminds me of the relationship that I have with my daughter, and it did get a lot closer with cannabis. And now I've taught her all my infusing and all. You're teaching your kids a skill too, a skill set that kids these days aren't even learning anymore, like gardening and cooking and life skill stuff that our grandmothers and our mothers used to teach us. Like that's part of it too. It's like connecting them back to those like basic roots or whatever. I think that's really important.
Super
My parenting
cool.
tangent. And as a social worker, I mean, I was a social worker. I worked for children's services. I've worked for lots of nonprofit companies, and just kind of like seeing that whole world too, and how marijuana, now that it's legal, like how they have to change all their policies and how they have to change everything to go with how this movement is going. It's just so cool to watch it. But you know, 15 years ago, a child would be apprehended for somebody partaking in marijuana because it's an illegal thing. But now it's like, as long as you're being responsible, it's fine.
So was that always an obstacle? I mean, like we talked about medical cannabis use. Was it that big of a problem just to get medical on back, you know, for you? Or was
Yeah,
it
like,
just the more like I guess, you know, again back to the earlier days that you just didn't want to go there?
well, it was just so crazy because it's just like 5 years ago, right? So it's like 2015. I shouldn't have had the issues that I had or the red tape to cross just to get a medical license, not even
I
to grow.
agree.
This was just for a prescription. Like my doctor wouldn't help me. She refused to help me. My psychiatrist refused to help me because it's a mood altering drug. And so I had to like get on the internet, and it's a hidden secret. Now it's like, that's why I'm so like educate the people, because it was so secret. Even just learning how to grow, learning how to infuse, nobody wants to share anything. So anyways, I did end up finding the right doctor. I did get my prescription. Like I said, it ended up costing me so much money. Like I was so poor, weed poor. So I ended up going back to the black market. And then this is all pre-legalization, so pre-2018. I have always been like a avid gardener. I love gardening outside. So I figured, you know what? I can grow fucking broccoli. I can grow weed. So I just started, and my first grow was insanity. Like it was a closet grow. I documented all my first journeys actually in 420 magazine. They have like a grow journal area there. I made some of my best friends there, mentors. Like, talk about a community. Like that was my first step into like where people actually talked about this stuff out loud, you know, not in the secret. Me and my drug dealer used to talk about growing weed, but that was it, you know. yeah, so it was just like being like, I've never been in a Canna community before. And so being in that community was just like awesome. So if anyone wants to go check out, you can go look me up. I'm Nudie on 420 magazine. I actually won Grow Journal of the Month in June 2018, I think. And yeah, there's a few in there. Anyways, that's my old stuff. Oh, it's kind of embarrassing, some of it even too, just to go back, because I post pictures, like it was full of stuff. So my whole closet journey, the skinny bitches grow, I called it. So 3 plants, bag seed. I had 8 bag seeds that I had collected over the years, like 10 years of just like, I'll probably use this one day. Like I never even smoked marijuana, but I would randomly, have some here and there and collect seeds. So I just planted them all. 3 ended up lasting through the beginning trials of germination and seedling stage. You know how that goes. I'm very heavy-handed. I'm stressy. I'm clumsy. But yeah, I still truly believe I have a green thumb. It's just like I work harder for it. But yeah, so I think I got like just exactly 1 ounce from those 3 plants. And it was the best weed I ever smoked, because it was my weed. It was my first weed. Like that first time you smoke your own homegrown, no matter how shitty it is, it's the best weed you've ever smoked. So that just kicked it from there. And then I learned things from 420. Like that first grow, I did everything wrong. Like everything wrong. Everything. Like 20 different things wrong for sure. Like transplanting in flower and like using the wrong medium, like not having enough light. I'm thinking, oh, it's a nice day, I'm gonna take these babies outside. Come on, girls, let's go outside. You take them outside for a nice day, and all of a sudden you fucking have thrips. And you bring that inside. Like I learned so much just because I did so many things wrong. And I was like, I have a bit of I have ADD. I diagnosed adult ADD. And so all over the place was me. So I'd be getting all this information from different mentors and like people that are like, try this. You know how the opinions are about weed, right? Growing weed, there's 75 different ways to do it. So I wanted to make sure that I tried all 75 ways in that first grow. Not a good idea, but it was fun. So that's sort of how I took off. I came in hot. I always say I came in hot. So after that first community, I found Instagram in, I think, 2018, 19. I've only really been on the last year or so, and found like a local community there. So I started meeting strangers off the internet, like doing all sorts of crazy stuff. But every single person I've met in real life has been amazing. I have yet to meet somebody, first of all, that murdered me, or somebody that is going to harm me in some way. So the Canna community is legit, like, and all over the world. Any trip I've taken in the last 2 years, I have a connect in that country, in that state. Like, it's awesome. Love my bros.
It's pretty awesome like that. I love this community. But you kind of like fast forward right through a lot of it. I mean,
yeah, that's why I need you.
You powered right through that a little bit. So let's go back to the beginning there.
Okay.
You were just getting going. You just got your license. You were still kind of afraid to tell anybody about it. I'm the one who took you off course there. It sounded like you were just kind of told your daughter, maybe your family about it. Did you have problems like at work with it also? I mean, being a social worker, was it still was it taboo there as well? I mean, was it a fight across the board to actually get the medicine in there or keep
Well,
keep it
what
in your
happened
system?
was, I knew that it was going to be a losing battle for that. So yeah, what happened was I told everyone, my family, my friends, like I was using marijuana, and all of a sudden I wasn't ashamed of it, because it was helping me. I had started helping other people. And so I was seeing almost like proof, I guess, that I could like talk about it and show people this proof. And then it kind of sort of just went from there. But as far as work went, what kind of happened was, it was 2018, probably springtime. And I have been growing 1 year. So I started in 2017. And I was actually kind of good. Like that's what I found out about it, was like once I dialed things in and I stopped being a crazy freak, I was actually pretty good at it. And so I kind of started upscaling, got tense, like just sort of was doing all that at home, but still like hiding it from work and, telling a few select coworkers about it. And then in spring, I came across this cannabis horticulture course through one of the really good agriculture schools here in Alberta. Alberta has a couple of really good ones. And it was a little bit expensive and it was for 6 months, but I just sort of just thought about that for a couple of months. And I was like, you know what? I'm quitting my job. I had been in the social work job for like 15 years. Like this is my career. Like I was so burnt out though, dude, like so burnt out that I was looking for any which way to get out of this career. But I had nothing. Like I had other skills. I mean, I bartended for years, but I'm getting old, right? Like I don't want to do those things anymore. And so I just was so passionate. I realized about weed that I was going to do this for my job. And because legalization was coming, I decided to take that risk. I quit my job and I quit it in June of that year. I still didn't tell any of them. Like I just didn't. I just didn't want to. I just was still either scared or I just didn't want to worry about that in case, I ever needed that to fall back on in case this like plan didn't work, this crazy plan. Because also during all of this, I was in a domesticated relationship, living common law with my partner. He hates weed. So during this whole time, the other level of this is that he's calling me a drug addict. He hates the growing. He hates the weed consumption. Every single day, it was a fight for me to grow weed in that house. I still did whatever I wanted because that was my fucking house, but it was a fight every single day. So when I quit my job, you can imagine what happened. Yeah. So still, I dragged that out for longer. We won't go into that, but it was hell. So I did it anyways.
Go
I
as
did
long
it.
as you want. It's about whatever you want. It's your hour, girl. Whatever you want.
Okay. Yeah. Like I just was like, fighting this battle. I still was a strong and independent woman. I'm going to just do whatever the fuck I want. This is my life. If you're not coming, then that's fine. I'm still doing this. Like I had kept saying to my friends through this when I would fight these battles with him, like, I would say like, he's going to make me choose. He's going to make me choose between weed and him. And I chose weed, and I've never been more happy about that decision. Even now, the universe is blessing me constantly because it's like, you did this. This is for, I don't know how to explain it, but for the 10 years that we were together, it wasn't bad or anything, but I knew it wasn't the right path for me. I've never been a person to be domesticated and live in but I did it because that's what society had brought me up to think like I needed to do. And so I tried to make that work, but I swear to God, as soon as I made that decision to quit my job, everything started falling into place right after that. So I went back to school. I took out all my RSPs. I paid for school. I lived off, I lived off my hustle, and I just like pounded out school. There was an in placement practicum piece for that. So fast forward 6 months, I'm still growing at home like crazy, still documenting it on 420, still documenting it on YouTube, still hustling. And then that first placement was amazing. I was like, okay, this is where I'm going to go to this licensed producer. And I've just put in 6 months of work. I quit my job. I have no money. I'm starting over. Like, what if I go there and I fucking hate it? Maybe I should have went to one first and checked it out, like, I'm like, oh, fuck. So I went to this small town and I lived there for 2 weeks and I did my practicum. I befriended these 5 little old ladies from the community. This place was awesome. Like, it was run by the community people. The people that started it were from the community. This place was built literally on their land. They had built structures for employees to live in so that they could work and live there if they needed the people that were coming from out of town. But anyways, these little old ladies, they were called the old lady clippers, and they volunteered like part-time at this weed factory to defoliate plants, mother plants, like huge, the hugest mother plants I've ever seen. And these ladies are in there working just like me, on their feet, 70 years old, 80 years old, like doing this for free just because they love the community and they love what weed is doing.
It
So that was
sounds
cool.
like a pretty cool scene, to be honest with you. I think it would just be so great to just come across a bunch of, you know, like grandmothers just sitting around, just fucking de-leafing and going to town like it was nothing and shit.
I wish I had pictures. What? They even had t-shirts that said they had little pink t-shirts that said old lady clippers.
No shit.
They made the news actually that year too. And I was like, I know those ladies.
That's pretty awesome.
It was just such a great experience that I was just like more validated that what I was doing was the right thing. And so I made a connection. That was the first connection I made, was with that master grower. And I had chatted with him really heavily for that last week, just because he had the time. Like I just lucked out. I only had to go to the practicum with one other person. So I only had to share my time with one other person, which was awesome. So I got to pick this guy's brain. And he was originally from Ontario, and he was just leaving this place to go back to Ontario, because what his job was that he was a master grower, but he was contracted. So this dude traveled place to place to place to set up these grow ups, because as things are becoming legal. And so all of a sudden the lights went on in my head, and I'm like, that's exactly what I want to do. Like, I don't see myself working in a weed factory for the rest of my life. I see myself traveling and consulting and being able to like probably go around the world one day as more countries legalize, and they look at places like, you know, your state and other states in USA, and then Canadians, because it's already legal. They're going to need people like us to come in and help set things up, right? And they're going to pay those people really well and you get to travel. So that's where I was like, hey, that's what I'm going to do. So I'm going to start going to every year I'm going to go to a new place and get new experience, so that, you know, I'll work my ass off for the next 5-10 years if I have to, work my way up to a master grower type position, and I will. And then once I have that, I will be able to start doing my own thing. So that's kind of what just that first experience sort of threw me into that. But again, I'm jumping quite forward. I finished school and I got all 90s. So that was the end of that practicum. I nailed those classes. Like I hated school. Like I struggled in school. I went to university, obviously, to do social work. I hated it. I had to go to school for 7 years to get my 4-year degree. You know, like I fucking hate school. And I got 90s in all these classes because I was so passionate about what I was learning about, that it made such a difference. So even just that, like if anyone's watching and they're worried and I'm 42, like going back to school when you're 40, if you are actually interested in the stuff, like it's totally worth it. It's a different experience, completely different.
I'm kind of curious. There seems to be a common bond with cannabis caregivers and growers and I'm sorry, I'm struggling for the word here. Social workers. Sorry, kind of had a brain fart there. I've known so many. I've 3 ex-social workers, and I know 3 more that are current still social workers and growers and whatnot. So is it just a stressful field that just kind of leads to cannabis, or what?
Okay, so weed is the least of the social work issues. if you got social workers smoking weed, the rest of them are doing cocaine and using alcohol every single day. Like, yes, it's that stressful. Like I have PTSD from job related shit. And so like really cannabis is the answer for people in that kind of, you know, healthcare field, so to say, I suppose. But yeah, like I've met the most fucked up people in my life, and they have not been my clients. They have been the people that I've worked with. And that's just like, I don't know, it's the mindset of like, it's that deflection. So like I'll deflect my own fucked upness and issues by helping other people, or, you know, like I was pretty guilty of that. That's how I got into social work. I have, you know, a trauma childhood background, so it's like it makes sense that that's kind of what I went into. It was because I wanted to help other people, and that's exactly what I did for years, was deflect until I got sober. But it's very common, very common. Like my benefits even included like residential treatment, because that's how common it is.
So you never did kind of, I usually asked, you know, when was that first time, and you kind of danced around it. You like,
oh, my, you know, first fuck that.
Time. I had it, you know, you're like, yeah, you kind of, had some problems. Fuck that. 5 years ago.
Yeah. Boom. Probably honestly, like the first time I smoked marijuana, or I used to drink quite heavily in high school. I started drinking when I was probably 11. It was very normal. I'm from like small town Saskatchewan originally. I have lots of alcoholism in my family, so it's very normalized. But marijuana was never really my thing. Like a lot of my friends in high school used it, and I mean, I would use it also. Mostly what we used was, so probably my first time was honey oil. So boom, like my first time was not weed, like flower. It was like a dab, basically, a hot dab on a stove with a hot knife and a 2-liter bottle of pop, like cut in half to suck up the smoke. And I was so fucked up. Like, plus I was drinking. So you're mixing like booze and weed together. So I don't actually remember the whole experience, but I do remember being in the kitchen of a farmhouse, because we used to go out and party. We used to call them big wheel parties. And it was because they used to light like a large amount of tires on fire for a party.
They burn forever. It's not good for the environment, but I've been to a few like tire 90s. Parties myself.
Yeah, big wheel party always. So we were out at the farmhouse, and I was smoking old school dabs off the off the stove in the kitchen, and I remember it. So, and then it was just dabbled kind of after that. It was just at like parties, it'd be like, oh yeah, I remember buying my first little cap of honey oil, and it was in like a Pilsner beer cap. That's what we used to get them in. And then yeah, that lasted me probably 2 years.
So that's what I was just kind of wondering a little bit. I mean, I ask everybody when that first time was, and for average is like 13, 14, to be honest with you. It seems to be that average answer.
Mine was probably 15.
Yeah, that's right there. 13, 15 is pretty average. But I was kind of curious, since you know, you said you did have a little bit of problems. If and I'm not perfect, man. I'm right there with you. Dude. Yeah, I'm right there with you. By the time I graduated, and by the time I was 21 and able to drink, I was actually ready to quit drinking. In fact, you talked about, you know, giving up shit and your vices, right?
Yeah.
As I got older, and you know, like I said, 21, I was ready to drink. 22, I had my first kid. Brittany, my daughter, 25 now. I gave up alcohol at that point with her. I was like, you know, I got to pay for this child somehow, some way. I got to come up with this extra money. And so I gave up alcohol. And then when it was Lexus, I gave up tobacco. I got to pay for diapers, and this somehow this went in. Tobacco was chewing tobacco was 2 cans a day at that point.
Oh, and,
yeah.
You know, that was saved like 12 your teeth bucks. Too.
Yeah, saved, you know, $12 a day, so that easily covered diapers back then. And then when Courtney came along, it was like I have nothing left. I have to keep something. I love you, Courtney, but I have to keep this. And so I managed to keep that one vice. Again, like I said, you got to have something to where
You do, or you can't. Yeah. Harm prevention. It's true.
So I'm no angel either when I'm asking these questions, I guess is
Yeah.
what I'm getting at.
And I love talking about this stuff. So nothing like, I honestly, like, I'm an open book. I just like I've mentioned, I do have ADD. So bear with me as I speed this way and then I shoot off this way and then I shoot that way. So you just got to work like Shane and like redirect me back in, or you can ask me anything basically. If I'm not comfortable, I'm a strong woman and I'll let you know.
Okay. So what I'm glad to hear is it sounds like that it wasn't the gateway that everybody tries to blame it
Not
on.
at all.
Glad to hear that.
Not at all. The gateway drug for me was alcohol. I should never have experimented with alcohol. I mean, I'm glad I did. I have I'm never regret anything that's happened, but that was my gateway drug for sure, was alcohol. It was because it was so normalized in my family that, like, you know, sneaking drinks and getting loaded all the time I didn't even see it as a problem really until I was probably getting closer to 30, like, honestly. And then I'm like, like, I started noticing like people didn't binge drink, like, you know, like I did, and didn't, you know, do certain things the same way. But by then I was already wrapped up into, like, because I mean, gateway drug alcohol by the time I was like 19, because really gateway drug alcohol, think about that. Then I used marijuana. And then I started using ecstasy because that was a big thing back in the 90s. That wasn't the MDMA that you get now. This was like, you're risking your life if you take one tablet, but it might be fun. So I did that for a bit, and then that led into cocaine, and then that led into pills, right? Because if you're going to go up, you need to come down. And so that's kind of how that all escalated. And then there's just this point where I was like, this isn't cute anymore. My whole family's fucked up. Like, I'm not going to be like this. And then my daughter was 12 at the time. And even though I had kind of kept her away from most of it, like, I knew that she had still been around too many things to make alcohol look normal, or just, like, you know, just too much stuff. So it was at that point when your daughter's going to be like turning into a woman. And I didn't want to be that kind of role model for her. So that's kind of what pushed me into, like, hey, I need to stop this party lifestyle and get my shit together and be a good role model for my daughter, get my health on track, and, like, get my mental health on track, and just, like, start figuring shit out. So basically at 30, I would say I had a midlife crisis or a mental breakdown. And I just started taking things one at a time, threw myself into treatment.
I wouldn't call it a breakdown because it seems like you fucking steered through it just fine. And,
yeah,
you know, you got to be pretty strong, mentally strong to do it. So I wouldn't call that a breakdown. I would call that just a drawing point, or, you know, just you were sick of it.
Yeah, tornado, just like was like winding down. And honestly, going into treatment, I am Métis, so I'm half Native. I went into like a Native treatment center because I really am all over that whole spirituality piece. Even before I knew I liked it, I was attracted to it. So I did that kind of treatment. It was the best thing I ever did. And it brought me back to my roots. I was connected to elders at that point. I was doing sweats again. And so it was helping me spiritually.
So if you don't mind me ask, when you speak of spiritually, do you, like, I don't know, the vibe I'm getting isn't, it's not like the church spiritualism. It's more like the Buddhism spiritualism, you know.
Yeah, like Native spirituality is very close to, like, connecting with nature and
source, if you will.
Yeah, like universal connection. Women are very powerful in Native culture. And so learning a lot about that when I had been sort of devalued as a woman my whole life was very powerful to me. And so that caused that initial connection, I think. And then after speaking to elders, it was kind of the way that it helped me let go, because like you said, the church stuff, like, or you didn't say anything, you just mentioned the church stuff, but I looked for that because I thought, that's just how people are doing it in 12-step, right? They're all fucking going to church. Like the meetings are in church. Like they say it's not about God, but it's like people are in church. And I'm not bashing 12-step meetings at all. Is everyone needs to do what they need to do. And that that did save my life initially. Like I went to meetings every single day. But they really talk about church and God. And so when you I checked out probably 6 churches. Like how I picked a church was if they had a rainbow flag on the door. I knew they were like gay friendly, which I'm like, that means they're more open-minded, right? That's how I looked at it. So I thought, I'll go to this church. So I checked out a bunch of churches and none of them were for me. And I was like, fuck, I'm fucking this up. Like everyone loves church. Why can't I do this? So it was like, just once I did more of that native spirituality and I let go of that church stuff, that is my religion, I guess. Like I don't like that organized religion. I like connecting, and I like, I smudge every day, and that's just like, taking away the negativity and bringing more like cleansing, protection. I don't know. I just like, I'm into all that floofy poof stuff. So too, whatever. I love it. Keeps me sober too.
I'm guilty. I'm guilty. I'm right there with you. I like, I'm into crystals.
Yeah.
I think, walking barefoot in the dirt is very connecting to source, smelling the pines.
That's how I planted my garden today, barefoot. It's just better.
It is. You just need to connect with the earth sometimes, get that dirt in between your toes and connect. It's people are getting way too deep into to bullshit, technical bullshit. They need to slow down and simplify life. They really do. Just take in some spirituality, meditate a little bit, slow yourself down, concentrate on the things that make you happy.
Yeah. That's what the smudging is too. Meditation almost, even though it's like 5 minutes, it's still meditation.
Yeah. Well, what exactly is smudging?
So smudging would be like, I have this shell. This is what you would keep your smudge. So I usually use sage, and I actually bought some new sticks because I'm out. But right now I have this cedar. So there's different things that work for different things. This is kind of like house protection stuff. So I just smudged my house the other day. But for the sage, it's like I start my day with it because it's like a time where you can just take 5 minutes to like just almost do like a mantra where it's like you're manifesting something. So you might want to manifest either that whatever you want to happen today. So lately I would be at my old job. It's been very toxic without getting too much into it. It's like Big Canada is going crashing in Canada. Like it's not great to be at one of these big weed factories right now. Layoffs. So the last couple of weeks, I get up at 3:30 in the morning to go to work. And before I leave, because I need that hour and a half before I leave at 5 a.m. to like get myself together. And like I take 10 minutes to do that smudge where it's like, today I'm going to have a good day. And I smudge my whole body. And then I talk about like, I want to see good things. I'll smudge my eyes. I want to speak good things. I smudge my mouth. I want to hear good things. I smudge my ears, my stomach, because of my colitis. I smudge that. Just like, it's sort of, I actually read an article that there is some, I don't know, again, I'm not a scientist. I'm a fake pseudoscientist, but there's something about negative. It's like it erases negative ions in the atmosphere. The smoke from the sage. I don't know. You got to read stuff about it. It's pretty cool. But even just that. So people use it for protection. I smudged my house last week to smudge doorways to just keep negativity away. So if you can get your hands on sage and any sort of natural dish to keep it in, can be a shell or it could be a nice rock or even a cast iron pot. I would suggest doing it. Honestly, like I've been manifesting shit. Like
I'm
I
a
don't know.
fan. I'm a
Yeah,
fan. Everybody watches this show knows I'm a fan. I talk about that
yeah.
shit all the time.
Like before you go on the air, you know, smudge and it's like, we're gonna have a good show. Like, you know, like just anything like that. It just takes it away. The only thing I'll mention since we're on air, and I know there's probably some ladies watching, but so as part of Native culture and what I've learned from my elders, anyways, and most tribes will be different. But for I think this is across the board for the most part, is that when you're on your moon time or your period, you don't smudge. You don't need to smudge because you're already cleansing during that time and you're too powerful. So the smudge is doing nothing. So basically just during that time, women just take a break from smudging. They don't need it. But if I have sometimes like very stressful moments where I'm like, I need to smudge. So if you do, there's a certain kind of smudge called buffalo smudge or buffalo sage, sorry, and you can use that during your moon time. It's fine. Cree approved. But I actually coworkers, I've like if they're having a hard time and I can see, I will give people a little shell with a little sage and just be like, even if you don't believe in this, just do it until you do. And I've had some people just now they swear by it, whether it's just a feeling of goodness or just even that meditation that other people, I don't know, people do that, you know, for 10 minutes or whatever, same kind of shit, but it probably does the same thing, I imagine.
I'm the same way. I feel that negativity is like it's a sponge. Just let a little bit in, and it can just build and build and build. And you should really.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of manifestation. Excuse me too.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a believer at night before you go to bed, you need to make peace with any negative thoughts before you go to bed so they're not stewing in your mind and not the first thing on your mind when you open your eyes. You know, it shouldn't be something negative that you haven't made peace with the night before.
Yeah.
And also a big fan of saying great morning. Everybody I deal with, it isn't never a good morning or it's not a morning. It's always a great morning because, you know, why limit yourself at good? Why not just set the standard right off the bat for
Absolutely.
a great morning, you know?
Reality is your perception. So it's like crazy. I would never have believed this 5 years ago, or probably maybe more like 8 years ago when I was going through all of this stuff at the time. But your perception is your reality. So if you change your thought patterns about something, like you can change your reality. I don't know. It's how I've kind of changed my negative fuck you attitude to this optimistic being that you see in front of you now.
You know, it's weird. People try the manifestation stuff, and well, it doesn't work for me. It doesn't work for me.
Mm-hmm.
But I think because I swear by it. I swear by it. I tell my kids, you know, same shit. If you can see it, you can do it. But I think where most people fail, and I can kind of see it in yourself, and because I have it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? It's kind of you can identify. You know what I'm saying? That
Yeah.
like kiddish character almost, if you will. You know,
Yeah.
we might be a little bit older, but I can see we're both very young at heart.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
that's the kind of the key to the manifestation type thing is imagination, if you will. And I
Yep.
think that the reason why manifestation doesn't work for a lot of people is they lack that kiddie side, the kid side that
Yeah,
still
your
has the
inner child.
imagination. You know,
Yeah.
that's what I think where it all goes wrong. You start
Yes.
growing up and you lose that imagination, you know, seeing your vision and stuff. And from
Mm-hmm.
there on out, you're just living somebody else's vision, basically. If you're not living
I
your vision,
agree.
you're living somebody else, making somebody else's come true. That's for sure. And so you've gotta be able to see it. And it's weird because once you've done this a couple of times and you can actually see what you want in your head, it's so
Mm-hmm.
amazing how it just like everything just aligns, it falls into place.
It
But
really
you
truly
have to
is.
see it. You have to like
Yes.
get there.
And you have to be grateful for it before it happens. Like that's one thing that helps too. Add on, I couldn't agree more with everything you just said. Add the level of gratitude. I just started doing that. Like be grateful for what you don't have, but you know that you need, or that you know that you want in your life. And I truly feel grateful for things that I don't yet have. And it's like, I get what you're saying, that genuine connection to your inner child. I used to call it immaturity. I get along with younger people because I'm immature, but it's because I'm more connected to my inner child. And I feel like that's what you're saying too, is that you have that connection, which a lot of people seek.
I'm glad that you added that on, because gratitude is the next step. You can see it and it will start to happen for you. The steps will, the doors will open and you can kind of see the picture. But unless you include that gratitude, it can stop. I mean, it can definitely stop momentum. You have to put the gratitude in. You have to be thankful for, every little thing. And you actually have to say it, It's one of them crazy little quirks. Out loud, you have to.
Out loud, you need to put it out there, people.
Yeah,
I agree totally.
Actually,
I talk to myself
I do
all the
this.
time.
Drive time is the best for that. Beautiful days, you're by yourself and you're not so crazy. Your windows up, cruising, whatever. Nobody's in the other room listening to you or whatever. Going, that's crazy shit going on there.
I know. That's when I do my best self-talks, is when I'm driving, like especially to work. Like you said, I'm just like, yeah, like you're gonna get this day, like this day's gonna happen, you're fine, you're grateful, like let's go. And out loud, like if anyone was watching, they would think I was insane.
Oh man, and then also another part of that is you're feeling it. You've said your gratitude, and then once that you've said your gratitude, and you can almost let that sun kick in. It almost gives you goosebumps at that point.
Sometimes,
and once you get the goosebumps, you're locked. You're locked for the day.
That connection too. Hey, brother, can I ask you something? Do you also see like repeated numbers often, and like 1, 2, 3, 4? Yeah,
all the
you
time.
are on the right
I talk
path.
about it all the time.
I can tell you are so connected. Like me too. And that's what I tell people all the time, is that somebody told me once, like a magical, spiritual, crazy looking lady once said, like, people come up to me. This is another subject, but will come up to me often and tell me stuff, or like will unload sometimes. But this lady said, where was my track? This old lady, she was talking about, I'm too stoned, I think. I forgot where I was going with that.
Repeating numbers and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, she said to me, because she must have overheard me talking, and I didn't understand why I kept seeing the 1, 2, 3, 4, because that's the one I see the most. Sometimes I see it twice a day, which it only happens twice a day. So like, will you just glance at your clock, or you look at, and I'll see it. And she said, in that moment, whether it's a repeated number or whatever, that's how you know you're on the right track, is that even if it's just for that day, if you're seeing repeated numbers that day, you are on the right track. You're on your path that you're meant to be on. And since I made that choice to quit my job, I started seeing those repeated numbers like all the time. And it was around that time that this lady had said that to me, and then had also said, like, when you see those numbers, wherever you see them, whether it's like yesterday, I paused my show and it said 111, like it doesn't matter if it's clocks. It doesn't matter if it's like the weigh scale at work. I weigh a tray of clones and it's 2222.
Change
15 times in a day. Like, how does that happen? Like, it's magical. But manifest something in that moment is what she said. Like, put it out into the universe, because in that moment, when you see that number or that repeated whatever, that's when you're most connected.
It was one of those things, kind of like you're saying, they pushed their way on me, basically. It became so apparent, you know what I mean? It was so all the time. 111, 2222, 3333, all the time. I was like, oh my God, there's got to be something to all of this. That's kind of like numerology and sacred geometry and Buddhism. I have a lot of my tattoos are like, they have like weird. I pull a little bit of knowledge from here to there. You know, I'm not in any one religion, but I've studied a lot of them, and just, you know, I respect them
Yeah.
all. I have respect for them all, but you know,
Yeah.
I haven't found that right one yet. For me, the closest thing I found right yet is Buddhism, which isn't a religion; it's just a philosophy, you know, of doing
Mm-hmm.
good and, you know, being one, all that
Mm-hmm.
great stuff. And so
Walking the
that's,
kind path. Yes.
yeah, 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 karma, you know, all that good stuff. Seems to be the
Yeah.
best route right now. Just seems to be the best route. And then once I started venturing down that road, and then the numbers started, and it was like, oh, it just kept drawing me in and in and in and in and in and in.
Yeah.
And now I'm just a huge
It's
fan. I'm all
those.
about it.
Oh yeah.
Every night's show. I end it with every night's show since show one. Please do something nice for somebody, and random acts of kindness change lives. Uh, I'm a firm believer.
Yes, that's
I know
good.
it. You know,
You got
I
to put the
know that you
goodness
can.
forward.
It only takes one to, you know, make you a firm believer in that. Seeing somebody's gratitude, or just, you don't even need the payback. Just doing something right. It's just great
Yeah,
to
or
do.
just even being kind to everyone around you as much as you can be too. Like I always think about that, even when people are assholes, you know, for the most part, I'm just like a hopeless life romantic where I always see the best in people, even if there's not much best to see. But even just because you just never know what's going on in people's lives. Uh, and so I always think like, even if I'm getting yelled at or something like that, you know, just like I try never to like get onto that level, you know, just to, or even pray for those people almost like pray, I say, but I'll put that manifestation out. Like my last boss is a real dick. And so I would pray every day for his health and happiness. And this is on my way to work yelling, like, I pray that this guy is happy, healthy, and free, but I don't fucking mean it. But it doesn't matter because I'm still putting it out there, and eventually I will mean it, and it won't be a matter.
I'm right there with you. That's only way you can be. There's plenty. There's been a few times, shit, last week. I think twice last week where, you know, I try my best to schedule this as much as like anything else. You know what I mean? A week, at least a week or so, two in advance. You know, everybody's. I messed up yesterday. I don't believe I sent you a confirmation. But usually I send like a confirmation
I'm
the
on
day
it.
by day. You know, are we still good for tomorrow? Because there's a lot of times I've had people, you know, not show up, and
Yeah.
that's a bummer when you go live and your guest isn't here.
Yeah.
I've had that happen a few times last week where I've confirmed, you know, I've set out that confirmation several times, and it's like nothing, 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 and like hour before the show, nothing. I'm like, oh god. So,
Oh no. Well,
you know,
I've been sort of checking out. I'm a new fan, so I'll say that I heard some great things about you from growing with my fellow growers, my guys over there. And
it's
so
awesome.
I just been honestly like I just checked out your interview with Hoda Herb because I've been a big fan of his for a while. So I'm digging what you're doing over there. So you have a new fan from
Thank
me.
you.
We're gonna be new best friends, I think. Like I think maybe we're twins.
That's awesome. I'm enjoying you. I like you too.
Yeah,
What
this
I
is a
was kind
good.
of saying with that is, with the you were talking about with your boss is, I
Yeah,
don't get mad about that shit. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Um, and I'll say that on air. You know, at the time of when it happens, because I don't know what's going on in their life. You know what I
yeah,
mean? How am I to
exactly.
get
Yeah,
pissed off? You know, they could had the worst day in the world, and I don't know it. And I'm gonna sit here and try to put them on blast on air or whatever. Fuck that shit. I don't
yeah,
know. They're good. And in fact, almost every one of them that has done that, I've reached back out to. Not even
hmm
asked why. Not even fucking asked why. You know, you didn't show up, why you couldn't confirm or whatever. Hey man, you want to try again?
hmm
Let's try to do this
yeah.
again. You know, no
That's
hard
good.
feelings. I don't even give a shit. Just you want to, I'm willing to give you another go if you're willing to give it another go.
Yeah.
And
It's good
I've
to meet
rescheduled
people
a
where
few
they're at.
whiskey. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And
You don't
especially
know.
with the times right now, like people, like I feel like, you know, I'm coping pretty good with what's going on right now, but a lot of my friends are not coping really well. So it just kind of depends again on your perception about what's going on, what you're listening to, what you know, what your prior beliefs are with this pandemic, and like different like theories, and just it's a crazy time right now. And I forget that sometimes, that it's like it's just at an extra level of trying to be kind, I guess, to people while they might not, or they might be struggling a little bit mentally.
You know, to be quite honest with you, you know, I view this whole thing in so many different ways. You know, as far to conspiracy,
Mm-hmm.
you know what I mean, angles to just as you know, this test in humanity. You know, I really believe we all know that and have felt in our souls that there's some kind of change coming up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for
You
sure.
know,
Yep.
we just all as a humanity can sense it, but we just don't know what, you
Yeah.
know, or when. We just
Yeah.
know it's kind of building. You know, it seems like it's building faster and faster and faster. But I almost think this is a test for humanity. If we don't get this right, man, we just might be fucked. This is our chance to, like you say, reach out and know that we have to help one another and, you know, be kind and look out for one another instead of hoarding and
Yeah.
whatever,
People need
man.
to
That's
change. The world was turning into a toilet almost. I thought the last 3 years, like, what the fuck? This is a reset. That is what I think it is. It's a world reset. Like, just look at even environmentally the impact that it's had from people not going out. Like, I've looked at some of the articles, like how it's affected the ozone layer and like that kind of shit. Like, this is a reset. And some people are not going to make it. And that's unfortunate, but that's just how it is.
well, we've kind of pushed our limit up till now anyway. We've
Yeah,
known that
big
as
time.
well. We're pushing our resources. We're tapping our food. We're tapping the earth's resources. You know, we need to be wiser about everything we do
Yeah. And
for
I think
sure.
this is going to change people's behavior.
I'm hoping.
It's
I'm hoping.
forced, really. It's like a forced change almost. People are, my friend said to me a few days ago, I was having a panic attack because I'm like, I got to quit this job. It's so toxic. And I hadn't gotten this new job yet. So I wasn't sure what I was going to do. And, you know, I'm not coping well. I'm not coping well. And he says, something a perception I guess I never thought about, but when I made that change 2 years ago to just quit my job and start from the scratch, I spent the last year being a grunt worker in a factory making $18 an hour. I was making a lot more than that when I left my job, you know, like I basically started over from scratch. And he said this is what people are being forced to do right now because of COVID. Like, people have lost their jobs and they won't be getting them back. Like, places are closing down, places are going bankrupt. So these people now have to figure out what they're going to do to start over, like a new skill or a new, you know, like how are they going to make a living? Because right now we have 4 months of emergency funding and people have been laid off for it's coming on 2 months now, a lot of people. So he said, you can do this. You can cope. You chose to do that. People are not choosing to do that right now. And look at what you've already done, kind of thing. So it's kind of neat to just look at it like that too, because I never thought about that. So if
You know what's
anyone is
funny is
struggling
like,
right now, you can do it. If I can fucking do it, I spent 4 months camping in my camper last summer. We should go into that actually. I don't even know what time it is, but when I
don't
relocated
worry
from
about it.
Edmonton to get this job, I didn't have a place to stay. I have a house in Edmonton that I own with my ex-partner. But you know, he was not gonna help me out. He was not gonna, it wasn't gonna be easy to to relocate and start over. And so I took my camper and I found this guy. He let me live on his land for $200 a month. I could live, save a little bit of money, and basically I camped for 4 months. But I cried a lot because the place that I was staying at, like, there was no service, so never mind Wi-Fi. Like, I didn't have data, so I was alone. Like, I've always been proud of myself for being an independent woman and how I'm like a nomad, and I'm a loner and I can do it. But I've never been alone like that with just me. I did a lot of mushrooms for those 4 months, and I was brought to another level. And I swear to God that because of that experience this summer and all the alone time that I did, I am prepared for any sort of isolation that I might need to do in the future. Like, that was my training. But I cried almost every night because I was lonely.
You should go back and watch the Tanazi episode.
The what?
The Tanazi episode.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, that was a pretty good one.
Okay, I will.
I was fully medicated during that episode, by the way.
Okay, then you need to send me the link because you have a bazillion videos.
Okay. They're all in the under the fucking Talkin Shit with Eagle.
Yeah, I'm following you now. So.
Okay, I'll send you the link though. That was a good episode though. It was
yeah,
a lot
no.
of fun.
Yeah.
So how tough of that had to been a tough time there. I know I've spent some time living in a vehicle myself. But,
yeah.
I love your spirit because you don't even talk about it like it was a bummer. You're like, it is a life building experience. Fuck all that shit. I don't even care. You know, I'm through it now. And what a great, it's just a great testament to your character. I'm
Thank you.
So
I mean, I had some shitty moments, but it was like the best summer of my life. I lived on 3 different farms. That was just the first farm. I lived on 3 different farms with goats. Like, the one farm I lived on, I didn't even know this dude had goats. He just had random animals, and I parked my camper and it was pretty safe, you know. Like, I'm a pretty trusting person. I haven't been let down yet, but I was just in my camper, like, you know, making my supper. And I have a small camper. People see me on Instagram. They've seen my pictures. It's very tiny. It's a one lady cave sort of camper. And all of a sudden, this big ass, I thought goats were like, I'm a city girl. Like, I thought goats were like little, you know, the parkour goats that you see. Anyways, this goat busted into my camper with its big horns, and it was as big as a horse. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, but it was super friendly. It just wanted to be friends. So I got to meet those goats. There was 2 of them. There's horses there. A pigeon flew up my dress one day. Like, I had some crazy experiences. The next farm I lived at, they had goats too, but they were the little parkour goats, 30 of them. Like, I would get up every morning and have coffee with the goats. Like, my stories were lit all summer last summer.
I've worked around a few goats. They're pretty crazy animals. They'll eat anything. Goats will eat anything. Metal,
never,
whatever thing. Whatever they can get their hands on, they'll eat. They don't even give a shit.
They're nosy son of a bitches.
Yeah. I did tree surgeon. I was a tree surgeon for a while. When the trucks came in, them fucking goats would chase the truck, the wood chipper truck, like it was the feed wagon. They'd just be like biting off whatever's hanging out of the truck. They're crazy animals.
Big burly goats. Like, I've never seen such a thing. They have a name. My friend told me. I've been learning the farm life, so I dove right in. Like, I love it. But yeah, these goats, man, like, fuck. What, those goats actually they were my best friends because that was the farm where there was no service. So every day, I'm not even joking, like, they could, the place I lived, not busy at all, like, never any cars. They could see my Jeep coming down the gravel road from I could see them in the pit, like in the corral, the big goats and the horse. I'd be driving down and they'd be already galloping to my camper because they just want to hang out. So they either really just want to hang out with me, or these goats love weed.
I was just getting ready to say, please tell me you were smoking weed at that time.
Yeah, man.
Because that actually sounds pretty
my
fucking
smoke
cool.
sesh buddies.
I could just see sitting around a campfire, just blazing one with a coat, fucking over your shoulder. Just
I had so many fucking
that
videos
would
in
be
my
a
stories.
fucking peaceful night, man. That really would, man. Over looking out over the stars, that'd be a great night.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Very dark though, so like a little bit scary too because I ran into some bears. It's bear country, right? So I have a dog, which is great. She's a big dog, but I was still like a big pussy. I look out my camper and it's black out there. No, I'm not having a fire by myself out there. Like I'm gonna get eaten by a cougar. So I had to balance a little bit of safety with free spirit. I'm a free spirited person, but I have a healthy amount of fear also.
It's
respect.
It's one of them things too. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm in the woods right here. And like say is as black as it is right now, if I were to go outside, it'd be that fucking it's one of those nights where it's that black outside right now. But in the same aspects, and I'm sure it's even better because you're a little further north and probably it sounds like even away from the city, probably a little bit. People don't understand how much light pollution really is. You get out of the city into the country a little bit, and the nights are completely different. You can see every little star, like you can almost touch them. Oh, it's so beautiful once you get out of the city like that.
I am so great. I lucked upon this piece of land that I'm on now. Like I needed to move in from the summer because it gets cold out here, like -40, and there's no way I could fucking live in my camper for that. Like also the first week of living in my camper, my hot water stopped working. So I was without showers for all the summer. My friends let me shower at their house. I would go to pools, like old people community pools, and hang out in the hot tub and then go have my like shower every 2 days. It was crazy. But I knew I wasn't going to do that for the winter. So I locked upon, I guess the universe directed me over towards this area, which is actually 45 minutes away from the town I was working in. But because this area is closer to the mountains, it's a lot nicer. I just felt better over here. I started looking in this area, and through a friend, I found this great little trailer on 160 acres of land. They have like a commune sort of style. Like my landlords live out here, like behind the property, and then they have their kids, a couple of their kids out here, and everyone's really cool. I can grow weed here. I can smoke weed here. They're so relaxed. They've adopted me into the family, basically. I am an orphan that walks here. So now I feel like I have a little bit of family here in this community. I've been teaching my landlord how to grow weed and infuse weed, and his wife too, and sharing some of my treats with them. So it's like a really great connection, and it's so peaceful. I often will post things in my stories too about just like the property. Like just I go get lost sometimes with my dog, or there's just so many places to go and adventure out. And I'm just so grateful that I happened upon this place and that I can live here, I guess. It's just awesome. Like you said, like living in the country, going from the city, you'd literally have to drive an hour and a half out of the city just to not see the light pollution like you're talking about. I didn't understand that until I moved out here. And it's a different sky. It's black as black can be. And the stars, like, fuck yeah.
What about them, like, sounds like we're in, like, same kind of location where we can enjoy these things. Them nights that are, like, the full moon nights that are, we get the dark nights. You get the kind of in between beautiful, you see every starlight nights, and then you get them moonlit nights where you can almost walk around like it's like some kind of weird like twilight.
It's light.
It's like a weird bluish everywhere, and you can actually walk around. And
I totally understand that.
Really great.
Those are good mushroom nights.
Favorite. Yes.
That's when the mushrooms come out, or those nice, full, like good, calm, and moon nights. Like I've never been more connected to the moon since I moved out here. Like I found myself fucking praying or doing praying, manifesting, shooting out to the moon, like the moon's the god or whatever. Just like felt compelled to do it one day. And like, I don't know, man. Like I'm digging the moon these days. It's just fucking beautiful out here.
Yeah, it's weird that you mentioned that too, because I've always been a sun person, the first half of my life, and I still,
Mm-hmm.
am heavy drawn to the sun. But it's like you said, there's like this weird shift where I went from like enjoying the days to where I just suddenly started
Mm-hmm.
enjoying the nights more. And I've definitely
Mm-hmm.
been a third shifter now for a long time, but and I enjoy the nights. There's something about going outdoors right around 3 a.m. You fucking nothing's going. You just perfectly hear everything. Sometimes hear a little bit there. In fact, we were
Yeah.
talking about that the other night. During Hoto's interview there, that kind
Yeah.
of did wake me up a little bit. Because sometimes I do use a lot of cannabis, and he made me realize that it might not. I always say that I could be building up a tolerance, or I get sick of stringing. I'm switching all the time, trying
Yeah, me
to
too.
maintain. But he kind of made me realize that shit, I might just be using the shit the wrong way.
Mm-hmm.
It might not just be, I need to step out of my environment once in a while and, go outside instead of just, taking that break right here and fucking smoking a joint, 2, 3 joints and
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
And to take it outside and take my mind out of the situation, get a whole new perspective, let my mind wander a minute and
Yeah.
enjoy the buzz in a whole new way. And I think doing that, I think I'm going to end up slowing down. But I've noticed, I've always been a fan of smoking a little bit, especially at night. We were talking about that in chat. It was a couple days later. Somebody was like, "Well, you can't do that. You're always up at night, and you can't, step outside and look at the squirrels and birds and shit at night." I'm like, no, at night it's almost the better because you can't see a lot of that shit, and you get the like adrenaline, a little bit of adrenaline in with it. It isn't
Because
necessarily,
it's around
and
you.
yeah, and then you get your imagination kicking in a little bit on you because you don't necessarily know what's out of high eyesight there. So you get a little bit of fucking with you. Them are the best joints right there, the ones out in the middle of the night under the moonlight.
Oh yeah. I've freaked myself out so many times where I scream like a girl sometimes and like run. Just from like
Oh,
my imagination going wild and like being too high or like I don't know. Just moments outside in the darkness. I had a moment like that actually recently. I was out looking for crownland camping spots. Like there's a lot of good ones out here. About 40 minutes from the base of the mountains, basically the Rocky Mountains. And so I was looking, I've been adventuring all summer. That's what I did with my time is I drove. Like I seen a road, I'm like, I'm gonna go there. I have a Jeep, so I've gotten into some tight situations, but thankfully I have a Jeep. It's small, I can get out. So this winter I took this like I don't know, it was like an off beaten path and it looked like someone had already driven through there. So I was gonna go through there, not get stuck. I didn't get stuck, but I stopped, I got out, I let my dog out, got going, and then I just smoked a joint and in the snow I saw a footprint. Like I'm pretty sure it was a cat, like a cougar print. It was a big, like not couldn't have been a wolf or a dog. It was big. And so I freaked my I like screeched and like got the dog into the Jeep. And even though it's like could have been from 7 days ago, I had this moment where I like worked up my imagination and freaked out and got the dog and left. So, but that also could have been my spidey senses, maybe. Or I was just really high.
that's funny. Or I was just really high. I'm a big believer in intuition too. You gotta trust that shit.
Oh yeah, I do.
Something don't feel right with me. I usually go with that feeling, uh, and it's rarely let me down. It's very rarely let me down.
Yeah, I agree too.
So I'm super glad
Awesome.
that you were able to be able to swing your life over into just a steady cannabis world.
I can't
Give up
believe
the
it.
social work, and because it's one of them things. I can't believe it myself. As many nights as I talked about this plant, I can't get enough of talking about it. It's rewarded me in so many ways. The cultivating it, that first harvest, every harvest as far as that goes, getting to smoke
Yeah.
your medicine. Just the moreover, I think one of the biggest medicines for me is that meditative, if you will, time with the plants. You know what I mean?
Oh
When
yeah.
you
Self-care.
just in there, you've locked everything out. Sometimes, hopefully, with some good music or something, maybe an
Yeah.
audio
Oh
book
yeah.
in your
Always
ear.
music. Yes.
Just yeah,
The
just lose
plants like the
yourself.
music.
It's very therapeutic all in itself, right there, and you haven't even you haven't even ingested it yet. You know what I'm saying? And all the
Absolutely.
way through to the finished product, to people in
Processing
the
it.
community
Yeah.
giving it away,
Oh
using
yeah.
it,
Sharing. I use it
talking
as like,
about it.
I used to joke that do you guys know about Trailer Park Boys down there in the
Love it.
USA?
Love it.
Okay, like
I honestly still wish I could. I still Ricky a lot of things. Okay. I haven't made hash coins yet, but the whole idea
dude,
of bartering and oh my God, I
dude,
Ricky
we're the
some
same
shit all the
person. I am Ricky also. And like I've been obsessed with this show for years, many years. Like actually my Christmas tradition with my ex is that on Christmas Eve we watch Trailer Park Boys, the first Christmas special. Anyways, I digress. There was like this meme when I first quit social work. I sent this meme to my friend, my social work friend, and it was Ricky with like presenting like this room of weed, and it said his retirement plan. And I sent that to her, and like I am Ricky now, and my dreams are coming true. That is still my retirement plan. But yes, I trade for weed. If I can get something that I need and give somebody weed in exchange, that is how I pay.
Oh,
Always.
every time.
Even
Every
sometimes my
time.
rent. Like,
I've done that. I've done that. I bought tires one time. I was broken down. I was 200 miles from home and got a fucked up tire. And I pulled into a tire shop, and they're working on that thing. And I'm like, I sell seeds, and I do a little bit of YouTube shit. I don't know if you know me, but and they're like, they start looking at my shit, and they're like, oh yeah. I'm like, is there any way you guys would like to just? I've got some shit on me. Would you like to just swap this out? And he's like, you got some shit on it? I'm like, yeah. So I take him out to the car, and I open up my case. I open it up, and fucking he looks at that shit. He says, Jimmy, bring me his bill. I got this. And we
nice.
swapped out right there and shit. Tattoos. Oh my God, I have.
Yeah, that's how you do life.
Yeah. If they will work for, trade for weed, whatever. I'm totally down. I love it. It's just my love. I really do. I honestly do wish we could do hash coins. That would be so awesome.
It would be amazing.
I always appreciated the fact, like in the earlier episodes, he didn't even give him a choice and shit. He just like give him the coin. Go, yeah, no, yeah. You're gonna trust me. You're gonna thank me for that. Yeah, no, actually, you owe me. You owe me. That was more. Yeah, really.
Fuck, I love those guys.
Yeah, that's some good watching right there. That's some good trim TV right there. It's true.
I've rewatched it just so many times. Yeah, and their older stuff is by far way better. But I mean, Even the new stuff is funny too. Like when Snoop Dogg starts getting involved, and like when they're gonna send all that oil to the States on the Patrick Swayze toy train. Like,
yeah.
like there's still some gold in there for sure.
I think so. The older one, the later ones are good, but it's like mid-season, I think.
Yeah, it's just it's even the production quality. It's so much cheaper in the beginning, but it's just so much better like that. Out here, we got a show too called Fubar. Have you heard of that?
I believe, but I haven't seen
it's
it.
It's very, very Albertan. It's like locally made, local shows. Fubar, like somebody that's close to Canada, you might you might enjoy it. But check it out. There's 2 parts, Fubar 1 and Fubar 2. It's got some Trailer Park Boys vibes for sure. But it's pretty awesome. It's about these oil field guys.
So it sounds like you're pretty close to my age. Do you remember The Kids in the Hall?
Oh yeah, I watched that all the time.
Yeah, that was always good comedy back in the day, and it's right along that line. It's still pretty classic though.
Oh yeah, I actually I think I noticed it on one of my streaming things, Amazon. I think maybe I should rewatch it. That'll be my next thing. Maybe. Thanks for reminding me.
I thought it was funny. Like, you guys ever heard of the Trailer Park Boys down there?
No. Some people haven't. It's weird, strange. But you're pretty north, so.
Well, people love good cannabis content, though. I mean, we really do.
Oh yeah,
really do.
Yeah,
that's good stuff.
We're united by cannabis. Okay. I was gonna show you guys because you know what? No one ever gets to see my flower room because they're always asleep. But because you do your show so late, they're awake. You want to see them?
Please. Hell yeah, I do.
Okay, so I put these bitches on Mother's Day. So let's check them out. I'm gonna actually grab my, here they are, my LED glasses so that you guys don't have to see the pink light.
Nice. Usually I would have plants behind me, but I have no power.
I kind of did. This video is gonna take off just from your background because you look kind of like you're floating in this black space. It's neat.
I could have. It was so black. I was gonna fuck with it because I could change it, and I was like, nah.
Yeah, like it almost looks like you're on like. Yeah, look at that. I dig it. I love space. I like that you have no body. It's weird. It's because your shirt's black, right?
Well, it's actually olive green.
You're like a floating head.
It's weird. I think I might leave it like that for a minute.
Yeah, you can leave it. Yeah, no, go ahead. It's not fucking with me. It's very interesting. I prefer someone to be interesting. Okay, it's gonna be bright for a minute.
Oh, look, I've got arms and shit. Look.
It looks like you're wearing a universe costume.
Oh, that is some funny shit. I almost wish I would have did this from the beginning.
Oh my gosh. Your YouTube's gonna be lit. All right. There's the girls. They're filling out. There's 4 of them in there.
It's already fucking cold crazy. It's looking good in there.
Yeah, they're, I don't know, about a week in, I guess.
Oh, nice.
The bad bitch in the back, I don't know, the Mylar might stop the reception here, but she is a bad Betty.
Bad Betty.
No matter what I do it to her, she's like, fuck you. I'm so excited to see this run. These are all new genetics to me. I've never seen any of them flower out, so I'm pumped.
Oh, whose are they?
Oh, you want to know that? That's okay. Here we got this girl here is Coyote Critical from Barney's Farm. Got the front right. And then to her left, we also have from Barney's Farm, Shishka Berry. And working at the weed farm That was the strain I worked with the most, Shishka berry. And the weed farm that I worked at claims they make or grow the best Shishka berry in Canada. But they do not grow the best Shishka berry in Canada. I'm about to show them who grows the best Shishka berry in Canada. So that's my Shishka berry. Back right is White Widow from Canuck Seeds here in Canada. Dank. Anything I've grown by them is awesome. And also we got Wedding Cake from Canuck Seeds. So 2 breeders in the house.
Nice. What light you running? Boom Farm wants to know.
Oh yeah. Everyone asked about this light. It's my California Lightworks 550 LED. I've been running this thing straight for 3 years and it's still pulling out pounds. So these LEDs are just as good. I mean, I haven't used the horticulture lighting group light, but I have worked with them just through like work and shit. And just from other people's reviews, I think this one lasts just as long. And it's just as good. It replaces a 600 HPS basically.
It looks like it does well. Is it always up that high? Is that a normal 80-inch or like 7'10"?
It is a 7 foot. Yeah, it's normally not up this high. I'm actually going to start lowering it soon. It's just these girls went from like a much smaller light, and so I don't have the controller. You know what? If California Lightworks wants to send me the controller, that'd be awesome. It's $250. So I can't dim this bitch. She's full strength or nothing basically. So I have it up that high for that reason. But I'll be lowering it pretty soon.
Background's almost fucking with me.
Good thing I didn't take the mushrooms my roommate offered me. Right before this podcast, or we'd be having a different podcast.
It actually comes out my mouth. Ah! That's fucking hilarious. Holy shit. Yeah, that would have been a fun ride.
Wicked.
Yeah, that would have been a fun ride. I tell you what, I took him the night with Tanazi, and man, it wasn't easy. Oh, man.
That's why it's so interesting. I get it now.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I almost did. I was like, but I didn't want to. It's our first time meeting, you know.
It was the subject for the night, and then I was like, you know what, you want to do something before? And we were like, okay, yeah, sure. So I know I'm not gonna say for him, but I definitely partook beforehand and shit. We got diving a little deep in the rabbit hole, and I think I actually after the show, I think I actually did dive down a rabbit hole after tonight.
Oh, did you stay on air? I noticed you stay on air after. That's neat too.
Well, it all depends on the guest. Yeah. If some people are, I let them be the judge of the night. You know what I mean? I don't rush the conversation. I don't know your story in most situations, and I'm not gonna rush you. If you've got a great story that takes fucking 4 hours to tell, I'm gonna let you have 4 hours to tell that shit. You know what I mean? And then, the same aspect, if you're not cool with it and you just want to be blah 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 blah, and I'm out of here. Well, okay, I respect that too. You know what I mean? You came on, you did your thing. I can't bitch about that. But I might be bored or whatever, and keep going on. People, it's hard to shit. We have 55 people watching right now, and a lot of times
I didn't even look. That's awesome.
They hang out 55 solid. Sometimes it dips down a little bit, but I like that till 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, and it is so hard to tune off.
Even just watching, like skimming through a couple, I could see like these people dig this chat, man. It's lit. Like it's lit. I had to stop. I gotta pay attention to you, dude. Like I wish I could be reading at the same time. but I know it's lit in there. I can see it. It's like you got some good friends in there, and I'm very glad to get to know everybody.
Oh, and that's another thing, and I don't mean to fucking I had that's another way this community is touched, or this plant has touched me. You know, I've had some ups and downs in the last year, and every time I've had, you know, something that has come up, community's been right there to like fucking. And a lot of times they didn't even know it, so I never even talked about it. You know what I mean? I never even said anything. They unwittingly were there. You know what I mean? And brought my
I do.
spirits up. But
That's amazing.
a couple nights ago, I had something that, you know, it was overwhelming. My father passed Wednesday,
I saw that.
and
Sorry, dude.
I know, and if it wouldn't have been for, and they were saying, you know, Eagle, you can take time off. We'll still hang out and shit. You know, don't worry. You
Yeah.
know, and I was like, you know, and I appreciated that. But in the same aspect, it was like, what else am I going to do? Sit here and be depressed and stare at the floor? And they helped me, continually helping me through this. You know what I mean? I could have took that
Yeah,
time off, but man,
absolutely.
showing up would sure help me work through it. Is helping me work through it better than not showing up. That's for sure. So
Yeah, these people love you, dude. They're your friends. I can see that you're a loved man.
I don't know about all that.
It shows,
They
I mean, it shows to your character, obviously, like that you have this kind of support. And you're right. It's better to have that kind of support, even if it's virtual like that, than to sit alone and wallow about.
I don't even know. I don't even think it has very little to do with me. I just think it's people have realized it's a good place where other people are. That's all. You know
Right.
what I
Like it's a
mean?
full community. That's what I mean. Like I can see like the love in here. It's
it is
nice.
too. They I can see them
I
when they
love the
buy.
love. I love the love. And I just saw Jack is on here. He says that he loves nudie, and I love Jack.
A lot of people said that there was quite a few people that when I announced that you were coming on that gave you much love. They were talking about
Oh,
it in the Frugal Forest chat tonight, which damn it, I believe it was Aldridge, Chris, and Purple Thumb. I want to
oh
say
yeah. Purple Thumb's a big supporter. Yep.
they were calling it out in chat. In the other chats, I love that one. I shouldn't love that. I shouldn't love it, but I do. But they were like in the Frugal Forest tonight. They were all like, you know, make sure and check out Eagle's chats. Got Miss Nudie coming on tonight. That's oh yeah, I love Miss
I
Nudie.
love
They kind of
it.
like, you know, kind of like side branched the chat there for a minute, and I'm like,
Well,
oh man, that makes me feel so good right there, man. They're just digging the show and supporting
I
you.
hope
Just I'm telling you,
so.
just kind of derailed that chat for like I don't know, a good 20 messages and shit. They were all like, I'm like, that's awesome. That's fucking
Oh, I'm
awesome.
so glad that was timed perfectly, man, because I've had the last like I guess like week um off. So like I'm about to hit the pavement hard because I haven't really talked about this new position, but can I talk about that for a minute, actually?
Please, you talk about anything you want to fucking talk about.
Okay, so I'm actually really proud of this. So I'm gonna lay this down out there. Without getting too much into, I never want to bash any sort of employee or whatever, anyways, but things are toxic. It's not, I mean, that's just the fact of it. Worried about layoffs, worried about COVID, worried about, just whatever that's going on there. Just very unhappy. I would say probably the last 8 months there, like I'm a grunt. Like basically I'm tasked to do blah 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 blah, and it's repetitive and it's awful and laborious. But the part that I love about the job is the plants. So I go in there every single day, even though the vibes are negative and toxic, and I had to go into the room and I just try never to come out. So I like hide in with among the 4,000 plants and do what I need to do and just focus on giving them my love. But that's what's gotten me through the last, like, especially the last few months. I had a really solid team at work also. Like, I started in June of last year and I was put on this team of all boys, young boys too, like 10 years younger than me. So strong men. And it was known as like the competent, not competent team, but like just they work hard and get shit done fast. So I had to keep up. I think I lost 20 pounds in my first month or two because it was so fast paced. This place is big too, like 500,000 square feet of growing space. So these guys, I've been on the same team. Like, we were a unit, like a solid unit, me and these 5 dudes. Like, there've been a couple people that sort of came and gone, transient sort of workers or whatever, temp workers, things like that. But I guess about a month ago, I made it through 4 layoffs anyways, but it was about a month ago that all my entire team got laid off. So it was no longer, it was hard to go to work after that. It was so hard to go to work after that. And I would say probably the last 8 months, back in September, I was hired as a cultivator, basic frontline. And then that was in June. And then in September, I applied for irrigation and I got the job. I got interviewed, I got the job, and they just said, like, internally, these things take time. Basically, they kept saying, you know, in a couple weeks, it's short staffed. Like, it was just one thing after another. They dicked me around for a while, basically, with this promise of a raise in irrigation, and actually trained me during this pandemic because they laid off all of the irrigation techs. The day that my entire team got laid off, they also laid off all the irrigation techs, or most of them. And so nobody was there. So I got pulled in to do irrigation that day. And I ended up having to do like three pods of irrigation work when usually a tech does one. But anyways, like, I did it. Like, and I don't know what that says, but like, I did it in the hopes that they were going to finally move me over like they promised during all of this, so that I would get new teachings. And that's all I wanted. I didn't even care about the money anymore. I just wanted new learnings. I was begging for a mentor, a qualified mentor. I was mentoring my whole team, like, and not to say I don't love that, but I need to be mentored also. So I just wasn't getting that. So I started looking for other work. And then just most recently with just COVID and more layoffs, I was like, hey, like, I just can't. And then my boss, because my lead got laid off during that slice and dice of my team, like, my lead was included in that. And like, he's one of my best friends. So that was tough. And so then we got this new lead who's a real dick face and a tyrant, basically, like, rules. It wasn't great. Big ego, just wasn't great. So I just couldn't, that was it. I couldn't handle it anymore. Basically, my plan A was to, like, my colitis was starting to act up. That's basically what was the final thing, is that I know when my ulcers are getting irritated and I never want to let them get to that full-fledged outbreak. So I isolated, so, like, waiting to see doctors, was going to get a sick note. That was my plan A. And then during that time, I saw a place closer to me, west of me, closer to the mountains, a place that I had been manifesting since October, wanting to work there so badly, just being in that community. They've never been hiring because they're so small. There's like 30 people that work there, and never hiring, hitting the DM sometimes too, just to check in and be like, hey. But I saw a posting, and it was for irrigation lead. And I was like, like, I'm probably not qualified for this, but I'm going to apply anyways. And I did. And then one of my lady mentors, I guess, or somebody that I look up to in the cannabis community, suggested that I hit them in the DM also. And because I'm old school, like, I worked at the same place for 13 years. So like, this is literally going to be the 3rd job interview I've done in 15 years. So I don't know how this works. Like I used to pound the pavement and drop shit off on people's doorstep. That's not how you do things. You hit them in the DMs. So I did that. And it's funny because it was 3 days after I had submitted my application online through Indeed, which is, you guys probably have Indeed, right? Job finding.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't use it, but yeah.
But she called me and she said that they had left me a message 2 days ago, and for whatever reason I didn't get that voice message, so I didn't call them back for 2 days, and then I DM'd them, so they're probably like, what's with this chick? But yeah, it was like within days, like this whole process of it being interviewed and just being validated. Like they validated my skills when I had been feeling so devalued by my previous employer for so many months that this is all I was ever going to be, was a grunt. And yeah, I got the job on the spot. Never have I ever got a job on the spot. Never mind one I wanted so badly.
Can I put my take on your story?
Yes.
First
Irony.
of all, awesome on the fucking manifestation bullshit. Not bullshit, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I'm so glad that it's always at end of it worked out for you. But to rewind, yeah, you gotta eat. I'm glad you were in a position to mentor, but unless you stay hungry and want to keep pushing yourself forward, you kind of get bored with it and want to hang it out. You have to stay hungry just to keep bettering yourself. Keep the wanting to be there active. But
Yes.
two, it sounded like I don't care how good them growers were that you and yourself are. It sounded like the product in the end was shit. If you don't mind me saying, because if you go into a work environment and it's negativity right off the bat when you get there and you fucking can't wait to run into them rooms, that shakes out into the plants. By suggestion, by Smiley's Gardens, I've been listening to The Secret Life of Plants. Which,
I'm reading that. I've read that book.
So you kind of get a little bit what I'm going at here. They kind of are already picking up on the bullshit. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's already shaking out into that vibe's shaking out into the plants already. You know what I mean? Which is already affecting the end product. And it's all the way through the, you guys could be putting your heart into it, but you can't shake that vibe. And it goes back to like, it's just not, the work environment was negative. And you can't do that. There's plenty of studies that it's been around plants as far as music, just the thoughts that you're having when you're around the plants, them taking that energy in. It sounded like, you guys could be 9 to 5 and doing it textbook, but because of the negative energy flowing through that place, that it would always ultimately ended up shaking out into the flower being
There's
mediocre.
no love in those nugs, none. Like
zero. I love that. There's no love in the nugs.
There isn't, because I've tried everything that's available and there is zero love in those nugs. And then you're exactly right, because there's times when I would run into those rooms and I am so grateful that those plants were in there, because I was going to mention to you earlier, but I was so grateful because they took that negative energy. So yeah, that went into them, but they also gave me back enough to get me through the day each time. And I strongly believe that's the plants, because an elder told me once that if you go outside and you just pick a tree, like any tree, and you stand with your back to the tree will take away your negative energy and reapply its positive energy. So when I'm having a really shitty day, when you were talking about going out into like nature, I do that sometimes. I just put my back to a sap-filled tree and steal some of its energy, I guess. But it allows that, but the plants definitely, not just mine, there's a handful out of 900 employees, probably a handful of people who are passionate and love this plant. And this company just tries to stomp that out of you.
it almost makes me wonder, like, even it's kind of funny. You can even take the spiritualism out of this equation, okay,
Yeah.
and do it into like a science realm. Even Einstein stated that energy can't be created. It can only be transferred. Okay. So with that being said, negative energy, it's if it's overwhelming there, it's just being transferred into place to place to place. So I can't imagine. I'm almost wondering that flower. I wonder if it transferred that. You know what I mean? If it wasn't like an amplifier for that negative energy, some of the people that used it wasn't even enough to snuff because it carried that negative vibe with it from
Oh,
right from conception.
like driving into the parking lot, like you can feel it. Like that's how loud it is there. It's a lot. So like the plants have no chance, to survive or to get to receive any love. Because most of the people there don't even give a shit, I noticed.
And not to get off base, and right back with it, it's not even getting off base. It really relates to this, and since my dad's passing, and I had a friend come to me and talk to me about some stuff, and it applies. Has made me realize before I gave the advice, I knew it applied to me, and it applied to this show. People, have told me from the beginning, you gotta slow down. You can't do this every night. You're gonna burn yourself out. Blah blah
Mm-hmm.
blah. And even when it happened, when he passed, you should take some time off, and divert it into other stuff or whatever. But my advice to this person was, if you're not, whatever you're doing, if you don't overload yourself. This was my exact advice: don't overload yourself with things that aren't fulfilling your soul,
Yeah.
because if if you are, then you're just wasting your time,
Oh,
because
yes.
so just do things that you love, and it'll fulfill you. And that was boiled right back to doing this show. I could have did it somewhere else, but doing this is fulfilling my soul. You know what I mean? That's what I
Mm-hmm.
found in doing this. It hasn't just it's fulfilled my soul. It's helped me out a lot. It's helped my family. It has brought me and Alexis closer. It's been, you know, even even at that point, people are like, spend you should be spend some time with your family and everything. And I was
Mm-hmm.
like, I have been. I do
Mm-hmm.
that every day. But
Mm-hmm.
my girls want me to be doing this because they know this is what's making me happy. And even they were in the chat that night. You know what I mean? Hanging out. And this isn't. It became so quickly so much not about me. It was just something I loved to do, and it just took off after that.
Yeah.
I'm glad that you were able to find that in your travels. You know what I mean? Step over that negativity and get back to, because this is what you love doing. You knew that. And God forbid you get trapped in a fucking negative energy where you're like,
Yeah.
oh God, I hate this plant. I mean, I loved it, but I'm now
No way.
fucking
Yeah.
tired of it. But
No.
you were able to step over that. No, that's awesome.
Yeah. No. Like you said earlier, like
You got
we're
to know
close in
when to
age,
clean
I
your
think. I'm
plate like that.
42. I'm a mature woman with a lot of life experiences. And like I've had a lot of jobs. And you know what? The last job, like the 13 years that I did with them, the last 5 years were toxic. Like the last 2 years were the most toxic place I've ever worked. All women environment, social workers. Boom. Very toxic. I knew after I left that job, so it was good timing that I quit, but I stayed in it for as long as I could. But when I started seeing those signs, it was like my gut kept telling me that I needed to keep going to work, um, because people were isolating left and right when I was starting to feel like this. So I was like, I could use that as an excuse, right? Like I'm going to go in quarantine and just get the fuck out of here, right? That's in the back of my mind. But for whatever reason, my gut's like, no, just keep going. You need to keep going. So for whatever reason, the people I met there, whoever's path I crossed, or whatever lesson I needed to learn, but it was only a couple weeks ago where it was like my gut was like, all the signs were like, No, like we are done. So like I said, as a mature woman, I have limits. Like I just since I quit that job 2 years ago, like I don't settle for nothing. As soon as my gut tells me I'm out, I'm out. And it's like I'll land on my feet. Like I was ready to just like bye, like no other job. But I think it's just, yeah, I don't know. Timing, fate, maturity. I just won't do anything that's not pleasurable, I guess. Selfish.
You shouldn't. You shouldn't.
Yeah.
It's not selfish.
No.
It's not in the least.
I used to think
selfish.
that though. Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Especially as we're getting, you nailed it. As we get older, God, these days are fucking flying by. I mean, I am doing everything I can fucking do in a day, and it's not enough. It's not even like I'm tired. It's just the day is running short. It's like
I know
I'm still wanting to go, and it's like, fuck, man, I gotta sleep at some point. But there's so much shit that needs to be done, and you know. And at that point, I used to want to help and I still try to help as many people as I can. But I try to be a little bit more wiser because I don't let people down either. So, you know, I'm trying to be very wise anymore, the things I commit to, because it's got to bring me joy and not necessarily joy. I've got to be happy about what I'm doing, but it's just, you know, it's just committing to too many things that just don't mean anything at this point. Is just insane, you know.
Yeah, I just I don't commit to anything I don't want to do anymore. Like I'm just like, nah. And so much easier as you get older. I used to never say no. I was running myself like at both ends my whole life, I'm classic caretaker, burnt out. Like never mind social work, but taking care of my whole fucking family. So now
me. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Now I take care of me. That's it. It was selfish sounding at first though, right? Like self-care, me time. Make sure you take care of you first before you take care of anyone else. So I'm like, what? Even your kids? Well, yeah, even your kids. To be a good role model.
You can't put out unless you're good. You just can't put out unless you're good.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I was life had kind of made me hip to that a little bit, but I also like if you get a chance, ever get it, I like a lot of motivational shit. I listen to tons of motivational shit. And Jim Rohn is one of my favorites. I don't know. You like Jim Rohn? Have you ever heard of it?
No, I don't know. I just like motivational stuff. Lately, I've been listening to Gary Vee, but yeah, send me a link or something. I'm into that shit too. Oh my
God, I got tons. But Jim Rohn's a fucking great one. He's so well spoken. You can just listen to him for fucking hours. But he was talking about what we're talking about right now. Putting things in correct alignment of what you want to do. He said that, once you get a certain point, you have to put things in realization again and put things in realist aspects. I mean, if you think about terms like right now, if we're only going to like say average life cycle, we have to think realistically about this. We're not going to live forever.
No,
70.
Who wants to?
Let's say 70. Okay, 70. Okay, we'll call a number here, 70.
Pretty young, but yeah.
And we'll use your age because you've thrown it out there.
Yeah, why not? I'm a young 42.
And you are, and we're exactly as young as hard as we want to be. But using this model, these numbers, realistically, put it in this terms. Thinking that you could pass at 70, you have 28 chances at a lot of things. Think about that. Now, putting a number like that in it, like, that's 28 Christmases. It's 28 Easters. Now, doesn't that like put things more in a realistic number? I mean, that's not like you can't put things off. We don't have ever. We all live in forever land. We tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
But if you start putting things into perspectives and you put realistic numbers on it, you know, you
like
go
you have
fishing
28
once.
years left.
Yeah, you put, you know, and it ain't even years. I mean, if you only do something once a year, that's 28 times you got left. You know what I mean? That's not even years. That's just 20 more times, 28 more times you're going to do it. That's realistic numbers. Now, if thinking it like that, don't you cherish them 28 more times, 100% more? Are you going to not put that off or what? You know, I mean, that's
Don't put nothing off. I agree.
You have to put that into perspective and quit bullshitting on time.
Yeah, that's
and start, you know.
That's an awoke moment. Yeah, I'm gonna live to 88 probably though, so I'll use that number.
Right on. we gotta use healthy numbers, and you know that's another thing too. If you don't like that number, you have to use it just like you said as a wake up to
get healthy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I know. Yep, life lessons with Eagle and Newts.
Right on. Right on. So, what were some of the things that you've picked up as a commercial grower that maybe some tips that you could throw out there for some home growers?
You know, I've been taking notes since day one.
Or is it too upscale to be able to downscale for home?
Well, the thing is I had to balance a bit of that because there's a lot of like when I went in there, and mostly I've been in propagation, and so I worked a lot with cloning and like when the plant is in vegetative state. So less flowering stuff. When I would do the irrigation role, I would get to spend a lot more time with the flowers, but primarily I worked in propagation. So probably the best stuff that I would take away would be maybe some of the cloning tips. That's we were kind of known as the cloning team there for a while. There's been a lot of transition, but like because I was primarily cloning for months, you kind of just get pretty good at it. And I had never really worked with rock wool before, and I wanted to kind of add that to my expertise. And so I guess if I wanted to share tips, if people are using rock wool, one thing I never thought of until I went over to a commercial grow was to weigh your rock wool, like so that you have precise measurements of how much food, because a lot of times when I've tried to use rock wool, plants suffer because I'm overwatering them or the rock wool gets too saturated, especially when I've only really tried dabbling in, you know, when you get the full cloning tray of rock wool. Yeah, always like too much water. So if you kind of know how much of the nutrients to put into the rock wool and like you have it weighed, you're kind of set, right? And then being able to watch kind of how they did the transition from like domes to acclimation. Like they were getting roots. Like when I first started, we would get roots within 7 days, like 7 or 8 days, which is really awesome. And like barely any culls, and like they were saying like 97-98% success rate for all genetics. It declined over the year, that's all I'll say. But I learned a lot too from just a lot of stuff that I would say maybe they did wrong. But then, you know, I would run things past. I would go and we'd be cloning in like day 2 of flower, right? For example. And I thought, that's insane. And like, these people are nuts. You're not supposed to stress out a plant right when you're flowering it. But then I would run things past the growing with my fellow growers, you know, the podcast, and when I was on that show, and they, you know, some of the guys had a lot of good commercial experience. Like Can taught me a lot about like why they might do something like that, you know. And I guess you know, I don't remember everything, but it had something to do with the nutritional needs of the clones at that stage and kind of what they were getting in the first week of flower. and then also to stunt them, I guess. And then propagation in when you don't have to use mothers, like we were cloning off of production plants. So if you're doing a large scale and cloning off production plants, you're saving money, right? Because you're not having to keep a room of mothers, because that's very expensive. So I don't know, just little things. But yeah, lots of stuff that was like don't change 10 different things in one day and be like, what worked or what didn't work, you know? Like there's a lot of egos at the top, you know? Like, I mean, people see that online all the time. You see people fighting about how to fucking grow your own marijuana. I get slack a lot too. Like, not a lot, actually. I mostly get love, but I'll get the odd person who's like, why are you doing it like that? You should be doing it like this, especially when I first started. And I mean, fuck off. Like, how about I just do it however I want? And it's my weed, you know? So there's that ego, right? Like, so those guys
I
exist.
almost go out of my way not to listen to that guy.
Yeah.
I swear to God, that one that always shows up and or whatever. I don't know. I have a hard time with that one. You know what I mean?
Oh, it's just like, dude, it's hard to be the bigger person sometimes, but that exists a lot in these LPs, is that, and a lot of people don't even have cannabis experience, which is like, you know, obviously the master grower, but like not just where I worked, but I'm noticing, I mean, not in the place I am now, like, oh Lord, like I'm so excited. This place is full of love. Everybody's passionate about weed. Anyways, most of the bigger places, it's like oil money, especially in Alberta, right? So these people are like, let's grow weed and make a bunch of money, you know, get licenses, and they can pay for that, all the costs of startup. And then, but like, you need more people on board in the leadership role that know how to fucking grow weed. I
agree with that. I agree with that.
But then you have all you have all these guys battling each other with like, no, we're gonna do it like this, and 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 like, well, just tell me how you want me to do it.
It seems like it would be like more like you trying to utilize the system, just a sharing of knowledge and pushing it forward.
Free school.
You know? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Open source learning, basically. And
and connections. Like, that's another thing I got from that place was, fuck, the people. Some of the people I met there, amazing. They're going to be some of my best friends now. And I met all these. I made a point to, like, I was there for a different reason. I came because I wanted the experience, not because I want to make $18 an hour. I mean, I took a huge demotion, you know, like, it's just a different, once I stopped learning, I'm done, basically, right? So I hate keeping to bash this place, but like,
it sounds like you weren't happy there at all. It sounds like you did the best fucking thing you ever. One in the second or
I made
third.
The best of it.
Sounds like you keep making better and better and better decisions as you get going along here, Miss Nudie.
I made the best of it, but like, so part of that learning was like, I would just go off and like, I made friends with people in sanitation, and I made friends with people in like irrigation, and I made friends with people, like a couple directors that were like, I was trying to grab at, like, grasping like a puppy to get their knowledge, you know, writing everything down. And like, so I kind of was spread myself out around the facility on purpose, so that now leaving, I have at least, I would say, probably 5 really good solid connections. And a few of these people have already moved across Canada. So like, you never know when this connection might come back into my life, you know? So that's another level of the importance of being kind to everybody, like everyone that I worked with. And I just like, it was always very positive. So even though maybe I felt like this toxic drain, I never really let that on. And as soon as the toxic was coming out of me, no matter how much I was smudging, I'm done. You know,
so
gotta go.
How have some of the most beneficial ways for you, and do you caregiver just for yourself, or do you caregiver for other people as well?
right now it's just for myself. I've tried to convince a couple of people to let me grow them free weed, but no one's signed up for it yet.
I know it seems silly.
I know it's just people get their own licenses out here, right? So it's like I don't blame them. Most of my friends, like I talk about so passionately about growing weed that they want to grow weed now too. So
I
I
respect
can't
that
blame
too.
them,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So we'll see. My patient will come. I kind of I dip myself. I got my hustle on the side, and in the town that I work, I go to lunch to this little hidden gem place. It's like this farmer's paradise. Oh, lots of elderly people. They go there for coffee. Like this lady that runs the place, I befriended her and started teaching her about weed. And I find with older generations, it's good to start with CBD. So we started talking about CBD, and then I make my own oils, I grow CBD, and I make infuse my own CBD oils, and I help people out because it's fucking expensive and it's stupid. Um, and so I let her try some, and then she loved it. So she started telling like some of the people that are there about it. So I've been like, I don't know, I probably have like 8 or 9 different elderly people that I medicate on the DL with CBD oil, and like I get the best reviews. Like this is one of the best connections I've made, is that I'm educating these elderly people in this very small rural Alberta town, which is like the Texas of Canada, about marijuana. And these people are absorbing the information, listening to, like, I'm telling them the science, right? Because they want to hear the medical stuff. So they're learning about the endocannabinoid system and all of that. And they're loving it. Like I've gotten even some of them to understand that CBD cannot always work alone. Some patients or some people have different things where they need that full entourage effect, that full plant matter, the THC, the CBD, they all work together to make the best medicine. And so some of them now understand this, and they've trusted me enough to try some THC or even vaping some herb of like some of my flower that I share with them. So it's just like, these people are the most closed-minded, but I'm like educating them about it, and they're trying it, and they're like thankful for it, and they're telling me that I'm helping their hip pain, and they're sleeping through the night, and they're enjoying their family's company more. Their depression is being lifted. Like the feedback that I'm getting from these people makes me want to cry just with happiness.
Are you getting what the best part I like to hear about it is the relief of the dependency of pharmaceutical drugs, and then the overall improvement in life health. You know what I mean? Just is incredible. You take the pharmaceuticals out of the equation, the quality of life goes up right there as well. Now they've got more money laying around because they're not spending every last dime on expensive pharmaceutical. Back to the pharmaceutical demon. Um, they're not dumping their more money into that, so they're able to enjoy life with extra money laying around. They don't have
they're not doped up.
It's you get the poison in their system. And I think a lot of that, we give cannabis a lot of credit, and it deserves a lot of credit. Don't get me wrong here. But it's like it's the middleman or another middleman, if you will. It gets in their system, and it helps get that pharmaceutical, the opiates. The opiates are the terrible ones.
Oh.
Well, they're all bad in my book, and the doctors
chemical,
are the worst
synthetic.
ones. Yeah, because I say this a lot because I really hate pharmaceuticals bullshit. But most people, and especially the elderly who don't have much of a choice as an alternative, especially through the doctor, they just take whatever the doctor's giving them, and more times than not, it's just making them worse and worse and worse and worse. They don't realize the aches and pains and a lot of the shit that they're taking the pills for is the medicines itself. You know, I say that a lot. You
Oh
know, that's
yeah,
how
side
people get
effects.
hooked. You know, younger generation, they with the injuries, they get that injury and they take that medicine. They're feeling better. And a lot of times, that injury could be healed, or
Hmm.
it's actually a double vice. Really, it could cover the injuries to where you could go back to work sooner or whatever and re-injure it or tear it up twice as bad, but you don't realize it because of the block from the medicine.
Right. Right.
Or in the other situation, you could be healed up and you think, okay, well, you've been on the medication for a while now, and then you try to wean yourself off, or you just quit taking it, and then because of the opiates, your body starts hurting, and that area starts hurting because there is always like arthritis effect in them areas. I keep pointing to my shoulder because this is what's been rebuilt.
Yeah, I
You know
figured.
what I mean?
I
Um,
assumed that.
and so you start thinking, you know, oh my god, I got off the meds. It's still hurting. It's still hurting. I better get back on the crutch. You know what I mean? In reality, it's not still hurting. It's your body hurting from the opiates exiting your body. So you're drawn back into that cycle, a cycle of thinking, you know, in your head you're still hurt, but
Yeah.
realistically you're dependent. You know what I mean? You're not
Yeah,
hurt,
well,
you're
it's
dependent.
vicious.
And it is a vicious circle. And it's when you see the older people that are entrusting you, like you mean, and they're getting that out of their system, you know, it's that nice transition phase there. You know what I mean? So you've given them the CBD oil, and it's helped them through that awkward phase. And
Yeah,
now it could be, you know, the medicine's still good, but it's even better now because
with the THC
the aches and pains are gone, you know,
and
from the
that. Yes.
opiates, and you know it's just getting better and better and better. You know, I think that there's so much. You know, it's such an amazing plant. It really is. And
Mhm.
once you get to that point, it's like it's it's heartwarming to see that transition, and you've seen their quality. You can actually see it in their face. They
Oh
start putting
yeah.
on weight, color. You know what I mean? They've got that pharmaceutical poison out of their mess, which again is such a nasty mess. They give you one.
Uh,
Oh, now I can't sleep. Okay, here's one for sleep. Oh,
I
now I
know.
got anxiety. Well, oh God, now you're on
Here's
a
another
real
one.
roller coaster. Oh, this one don't work. Oh, try this one, and now you're yeah, and that happens with so many people. And I say this again, night after night after night. If they would just fucking go in, and that doctor would just go in, just treat us like we do our plants, view us and go, okay, let's take a good look at you. What are you
Yeah,
deficient on?
figure
What
out your
exactly are
deficiency.
you deficient on? Yeah, run your blood and just check us. And you know, is it iron?
Do
Is
a
it
leech
is it?
test.
Yeah, but I think we'd be so much better off because a lot of times it is just basic vitamins
Yeah,
that they're throwing our
lifestyle
imbalance off.
changes. Yeah,
They don't do that though. They go
mental.
fucking here, boom, boom, boom. Here's
Oh,
particle good right off the bat.
dude,
It's.
like
I
speaking
hope
of
we're.
that, when
Go
I
ahead.
before the doctor would like when I was first trying to get my medical prescription, they literally prescribed me synthetic THC. It's called Nabilone. They
How was
also give
that?
that to cancer patients. It's like distillate, I guess. Like I know a lot of people like distillate, but it's just basically like straight to the brain, and then it's a weird effect, and then you kind of calm down afterwards. But it doesn't hit the pain receptors like I feel like cannabis does. It's fake, it's synthetic. But literally, they would give me the synthetic chemicals and not the weed, but it is made to replicate THC. Like it's just come on, because that's where the fucking money is, right? Like it's partly that too. I'm not going to get into a big rant about that, but pharmaceuticals is big business, like
It is.
sells.
That's
They're
why
the
it isn't legal.
drug dealers. Yeah.
They are drug dealers.
Yes,
It,
sales representatives. They must sell their soul at the door to get that job. I'm sorry, but
they are
yeah,
drug dealers. They go out and they fucking
they're the
entice.
bad ones. Yeah.
They actually have people, they go out and entice the doctors to put their
Mm-hmm.
shit and shit. You know,
Oh,
give
they'll
you
trick them into it.
vacations. Actually,
Yeah, for sure. Bribe them.
yeah,
Don't worry about
just
these
use this
75
product.
side effects. Yeah, they'll be
There
fine.
could be 10 other products better than this one, but if you prescribe ours, we help dish out this shit.
Yeah.
Vacations, man. Vacations. I mean, you're right. It's a fucked up system. I hate the
Yeah,
doctor.
like
I go out of my way to. I have to be fucking. Blood has to be coming out of me that I can't turn it off. Or there has to be a broke that I can't fucking straighten before you get gonna drag me into a goddamn doctor.
yeah. Oh, I know it's the worst. That's why I like when I'm healthy. Otherwise, it's inevitable. But I think it would be worse out there. We have free healthcare, so
That's got to be nice. We don't have it here.
I mean, I definitely am grateful for it. My weed's not free though. I would love that to be covered.
It's a good time to be a caregiver, though. I can tell you that.
Yeah,
If I got to be locked down anywhere, I'd much prefer to be right here in my garden.
absolutely. Yes. I was looking forward to quarantine life. Actually, that was going to be my plan A, if you remember. But now I'm going to be head down to the ground working this new learning a whole new skill set at this place that's like super accepting and loving and passionate and like community focused and like wow, I'm very excited.
Should be. It sounds like a pretty awesome deal.
Yeah, so if I'm going to be isolated, I mean, I got the best of both worlds. So I get to go do that and help somebody care for plants where they actually care about them, and then also come home and take care of my plants like they need to be taken care of. And that's another thing actually too, that I had this woke moment. I had like I do a lot of solo mushroom. I call it my therapy, um, microdosing mostly, but like I had this really woke moment because my last run that I did, I had, I think, 15 plants, and total yield I got was 1.5 pounds, which is awesome. Like I am always very proud of what I do. But the run before that, I've always gone up a little bit in each run that I do because I do like this is what I need to improve on list, and then I get better. But the last run that I had, I did the same amount with 2 plants. And so I noticed, I was like, hey, what the fuck did I do wrong this time? You know, like even the last grow, I literally was using grow nutrients by accident in flower because I missed looked at the bottles the wrong way and they still were giant. So I thought I was doing everything right in this last run. And I realized that because my connection to my plants is so important in what they yield and what their quality is and what they produce at the end, I strongly believe that. And because I was spending so much of my energy at this toxic place, I was bringing that back to them and not having the good quality time that I need with them. I was just like, fuck it, I can't right now because I just hand watered, 3,000 plants on my own. I cannot do it one more time. And so when I start having those feelings about my own grow and then actually see the yield affected and the quality, like, nope. That was a big part of me leaving too, was because, and it sounds crazy a little bit probably to some people, but I
Sounds like
can't.
crazy that you're hand watering that many plants. You're still hand
Yeah.
watering on that level.
Clone care, it's all hand watering, weighed and hand watered. So usually there's a team of 7 or 8, but there's a lot of times I was alone in that nursery. 55,000 plants I did one day. It took me 10 hours.
Phew. Make it not sound so glamorous.
Fuck, man, it's not. Sometimes it's not. Yeah, but watering champ. That's how I got those 222. So even on those shitty days when I'm having to fucking hand water 30,000 or 50,000 plants, I see those little bright lights of like 2222, you know? And I'm like, hey, angels. Yeah, I'm meant to be here, still fucking watering these stupid plants.
Well, obviously, like you said, you're meant to be there, and there's purpose behind it all. Just got to figure out what exactly it is.
And maybe I don't need to know. It just was what it was. And I learned what I learned. I learned about the connection with my plants, even that alone, right? That it is more than just in my head.
So, do you utilize any kind of, after you harvest anything, do you make any kind of like goodies out of it? Do you?
Oh, absolutely. That's like primarily my thing. I didn't start growing cannabis. I started cooking with cannabis. And that was back like, you know, even 5 years ago, there was nothing online about how to do it. I learned the hard way, trial and error, and a lot of fucking waste of money on weed that didn't turn out good. So I've been doing it quite a long time now. So I infuse absolutely everything. I've tried everything. I infuse anything that's fat. I've done milk. I've done, I do any kind of oil. My favorite infusions to do are coconut oil infusions. I find them the most potent and the most long lasting when you're making edibles, and they're healthy. I also infuse like with my CBD so that I can medicate my oldie goldies and other people. I will infuse that into avocado oil. People love the taste of avocado oil. It's like, I don't know what it is, but they just love it. So I infuse it in avocado oil, and then I put it in the little dropper bottles so that they can use it easily. And then because coconut oil solidifies, so you can't really put those in a dropper bottle. That's more like using in place of butter.
I've never, and it makes perfect sense, heard of it being used in avocado oil.
Oh, it's a nice combo.
What would you use it for exactly? How would you use it in that?
The avocado oil?
Yeah.
Basically, I just personally put it in my coffee. Like when I'm drinking my coffee, there is infused avocado oil in here or infused coconut oil usually. So just that way, or you can drop it right into your mouth under your tongue, or I bake with it. So it would replace any oil in any recipe. Generally, I guess cookies, brownies. I make some killer death brownies, or I actually put real weed into the brownies. I make gummies. I went through a whole trial and error of how to make candy with full spectrum oil, because all the recipes online, I still haven't found one besides maybe a couple people where most people use tincture or rosin to make candy because it's easy to cook with. But it's hard to absorb oil into a gummy. I did a lot of batches where things separated, and so and all this is available online basically. Like I share everything because it was so difficult to figure out a lot of this stuff. That's why I started my YouTube channel. I had like, I don't know, 5 followers for the first year, and I didn't care because that's basically how I was linking my tutorial videos to my 420 account so that my followers on 420 could go to my YouTube and watch my funny. I have a very different technique on tutorials. They're long-winded, as you probably could guess. And weed filled. So better. It's like it's a certain type of person that like my videos. But yeah, all that's available online with the recipes, and I do an infusion for people in the States. I had some friends out there, like in Texas especially, where it's really illegal still, and needed to figure out like a sort of recipe, because when you decarb the weed, like before you infuse it to activate the THC or the CBD, the trichomes, it smells up your house insanely. So if you live in like an apartment or something, like your neighbors are going to smell it and they're going to think you're smoking weed in there, even though you're cooking with weed. But either way, it's fucking illegal in Texas. So I have a special instant pot method that works where the decarb happens with high pressure. And so if you have one of those instant pots, which everyone seems to have one, I have an infusion, no smell instant pot recipe online. So yeah.
I'm interested.
Yeah, I just love experimenting. I always say, like, I'm a mad scientist over here. Anytime I can experiment on a plant or with like a recipe or just even something creative, I'm into it.
I'm kind of happy that I've heard two new ingestion methods this week, and one was obviously the avocado oil. I've never even seen, and somebody else earlier in the week in the chat suggested olive oil.
Oh yeah, olive oil is really good
for like rubs and stuff like that. You know, vegetable
topicals.
rubs and stuff like that. And I was like, man, that makes perfect sense. That sounds too good.
Also, extra virgin olive oil is good brain food. So a lot of people are using, there's research going into like disorders like dementia, Alzheimer's, like brain disorders, brain trauma, where cannabis is like going into the cells in your brain and actually repairing the brain damage. And so, I don't know, it's just cannabis.
So what's your favorite dish so far? I want to know sweet and maybe a main dish
for cannabis infusion.
Yeah. Have you made like a
definitely
chicken
none of my
or
food. I mean, I have really good edibles and I'm an amazing cook, but the best infused food I've ever eaten, I have these sisters in weed in Edmonton, part of my Canna community, Haiku, their catering service that does catering, but it's all infused. And the knowledge that they have and what they use and the full flower and just the chef, like insanity, like the best food I've ever had, and it's all infused. So a lot of events that I've gone to in Edmonton, they've done the catering and I've befriended them since then. But she made as a snack, a sweet snack. So, you know, like people like that salty sweet popcorn. What is that called? Kettle corn or whatever. Anyways, it's like salty popcorn. And then she drizzled on infused fondue chocolate. And it is like literally the most delicious treat I have ever had. And it's infused with cannabis. And then and that's easy. You can do that at home, no problem. Like, get on it. It's delicious. And then the other thing probably they made was just like some fantastic dips. Like, you just put that shit in everything. You can put any sort of oil, can it be infused with cannabis, and you can cook anything.
Miss Nudie, they're asking, what is your YouTube channel?
It's Genevieve Eats Weed.
I'm gonna link it into the show. Okay. I usually after the shows, whoever the guest is, I usually link their Instagram, and I'm glad it got out there. So now I'll link your YouTube on there as well, so Perfect. They can find that. Because I'm interested as well, because I like to cook. So that was a couple there. Did you name out your main dish, your favorite, like edible, like main course? Is there like a
I'm trying to think, probably like some macaroni and cheese, like, but it was like homemade macaroni and cheese, and it was infused into the sauce like from the butter. So it like, you just want to get fucked up on macaroni and cheese and chocolate drizzled popcorn, right? Like, yum.
That does sound pretty good. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, and when you're doing like a full course meal or like appetizers and then or going to these catered events, like they dose them properly too, so that you're not getting like 100 milligrams each time. There's a lot of thought that goes into it, more than I thought. Like, people ask me, I give them a gummy and they're like, how much is in this? And I'm like, I don't know, you tell me, like, let me know how it goes. but these people know exactly what's going into the food. And like, they'll start you off with like this amount of THC, and then you'll move into this amount of THC, and then like maybe finish it off with like some CBD, and then they have that worked out so that it's getting you high like the whole time. And so, I mean, it's delicious, but the effect is good too. Edibles is my favorite way to consume marijuana. It's how I consume the most.
What about perhaps a beverage? Do you have a
What's
beverage? A
beverage?
beverage? Yeah.
For marijuana?
Yeah.
Yes, because you can actually use that avocado oil infusion in any cold beverage. Not just
Really?
hot. So yeah, so you just put like a teaspoon or a few drops in your iced coffee. Delicious. That would probably be my favorite.
I've had my favorite as far as I've had tons. I like it in chocolate, I guess, as far as something sweet. The best I've had medicated was bacon on a stick that was brushed with like a medicated sauce. And it was like a 16-inch piece, and it was like 3/8. It was like a hunk of
Good
meat.
bacon.
It wasn't like, oh yeah, it was bacon on a stick, and then it was brushed with medicated sauce. Yeah. I actually had this. I used to be the representative here in Michigan for Subcool for the Dank, and
nice.
So at this day in particular was Kushstock, and I was like right across. We were tight too. It was only like 6 feet between the booths, and I was sitting there just tortured all day long with this medicated bacon wafting me in the face all day long. And it just
so you're not eating it all day.
Oh, I had it because we were so busy, but towards the end of the day, they were breaking down. They're like, "You guys want this?" And they ended up just hooking us up, one right after another. And it was worth the wait because I got to try like every flavor, which was super good. And then there's a couple of drinks I've had. A medicated kombucha, which I drink the shit out of kombucha anyway. But the medicated version, I was like a win-win there, which was really good. I enjoyed that. And then the Kool-Aids. The Kool-Aids are really good. In particular, one.
Kool-Aid would be good.
We're talking. If you're producing a clean flour anyway, so you can do this. If you dump all over your shit all over your plants, I do not suggest it. But when I make hash, we were on the Michigan Bros Grow Show. We were talking. What do you do with the hash water? We know it's terpy. There's a lot of good things in there. I don't use anything less than a 45 or a 37, so I know I'm dumping. There's waste there. You know what I mean? So we're like, what do you do with it? And I feed it to my plants a lot of times, but I know that there's shit in there. And so what came out of that is Abolish Farm has ended up making a Kool-Aid out of his. He
warmed it hash up. Water?
Yeah, he warmed it up and sweetened it up with honey and, put flavoring in it, made a Kool-Aid out of it. And that shit was good.
Nice.
It was a good ride. It was nice and strong. And I found out from another person later on that said he had done the same thing. He's like, yeah, when you're doing it, you have to make sure and boil it first or bring it up to temperature, activate it before and then make your Kool-Aid. So, yeah, you're good to go.
Yeah, nice. It's a good use of everything. I like to use everything.
Yeah, my plants like it too. I always cut it in half and then feed it into my plants. My plants love that. I've always noticed like a terp difference in the plants when I've done it. Every time.
Good stuff.
It is good stuff. And then Tribal Farms. Have you ever utilized juicing the plant at all?
What's that?
Juicing the plant. Have you ever juiced it?
Oh, I've tried it. I don't have a juicer, so I've never done it, but I've heard of the benefits. It tastes disgusting to me, but I guess if I
That I have
made
heard.
my own, like if I made it, then maybe I could like put some stuff in where it would like probably taste better. But I had a straight up. I mean, I've eaten the fan leaves raw. It's an acquired taste, but
Yeah, I've heard that isn't good either.
it's not.
Eating the leaves.
It's not tasty. No, I like the fresh baby leaves. Those taste good actually. So when I top my plants when they're little, I eat the tops.
There's got to be nutritional value there.
There is. It's like the acid form of THC. It's got its own special benefits. Anti-inflammatory. It's like a super fruit. If you think of all the benefits that go with like acai berry and stuff like that, it's similar.
So when you're making your oils, is there a certain process? I mean, is there a certain time once you've decarbonated it? Oh, I stumbled all over that with a dry mouth.
No, I need
Is
water.
is there a certain amount of time that it has to be in the coconut oil or the avocado oil before it's like super effective? And
yeah, there's a lot of
I know you've gotten videos, but come on.
But yeah, let me break it down quickly.
Just
there's like
quickly,
there's a lot of misinformation online. Like when I first started like decarb, people have that kind of down pat. I do about 230 Fahrenheit for 35 to 40 minutes for dry trim or dry bud. I also do fresh harvest infusions. And so I would do that for longer to account for evaporation, kind of cooling down the trichomes. So I usually will do that one for about an hour and a half to activate the THC. And then both fresh or dry would go into like a big, either your crock pot or I use a roasting pan in the oven. And I just like crunch it all up. Because once you decarb it crunches up so nice. Like a lot of people will spend like carpal tunnel stuff, like grinding up their weed before. Nah. You cook it and then crumple it up afterwards. It's so much easier. Save you an hour or two probably. And then after that, you throw in your oil or whatever carrier oil. So every single one, it's the same process. So coconut oil, butter, avocado oil, olive oil. Those are the main ones. You would add that to your herb, your decarb bud, and then mix it all up really good. I use a lecithin. I use sunflower lecithin, which is just like an emulsifier, or it helps binds the THC to the fat, not just in the recipe, but in your body as well. So it helps you get a longer lasting. So I would highly recommend anyone to use that. You don't need it though. It's not required, but it's a good add. And then just mix it up really good. And you only need to infuse it for 2 hours. Like even Magic Butter Machine, they say 1 hour. I do 2 to 3 hours. The longer you cook it for, the more of a couch lock effect you're going to have, or the sleepier, because the THC starts to degrade after a couple hours in the heat. It'll start to degrade to CBN, which has a more sedentary effect. So, and some people want that. Like I will sometimes infuse for a long time. Like a lot of people are misinformed to infuse in a crock pot for 12 hours or 24 hours, which I mean, you can do and it works, but you're not getting your maximum potential of THC. Like if you do it for a little shorter time, like 2 hours. The infusion happens after an hour basically. And then after that, it's up to you.
A lot of people, when they use you throw out that soy lecithin there, people are like,
yeah.
Oh my god, what's that? Like it's, like you're cooking something else up into it, you know what I mean? But that's such a common ingredient. If you're a little bit of a label reader, that shit's in everything.
It's everything. It binds it's emulsifier. It's popular. It's cheap. Well, it's not cheap anymore. People are onto it and they're mad. The price has gone up like dramatically in the last year. And it's harder to find. But anyways, It's like, and I always get the liquid because you can get the granules, and those are harder to break down and mix in properly if you get the liquid, whether it's the soy lecithin or the, and I'm probably not saying it right, or the sunflower. I just choose the sunflower because it has additional benefits from the sunflower oil.
Somebody else was quick to point out the other day that sunflower was probably better just because there's so much GMO soy out there that your chances are that
Right.
it was in the lectin, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Is that how you pronounce it? Lectin?
You know, I've heard
Help
so
me,
many.
brother.
I'm
the
there right
very
there
worst
with
at that.
you. I'm right there with
I
you.
mispronounce things. Like I thought trichome was trichome for the longest time. Like some of my earlier podcasts, the language, Jesus, Jenny.
I've heard it the majority of the time closer to the way you and I say it, lectin or lictin. But I've heard it so many other ways, and it's like, come on. Well, somebody just in
I
the
can spell
know,
it.
just fucking, just one little meeting. This is how it's from now on. This is how we're saying it.
Yeah.
Because there
Or
is so
try
many
and pronounce all the
variations of it.
terpenes, you know, like some of those terpenes. I had to Google that and be like, how do you pronounce? Like, what's the beta caryophyllene? Ooh, I did it. Beta
Some of them are
caryophyllene.
tough.
The caryophyllene. I practiced that like for an hour probably one day.
That's a tough one too. That is a tough one and a common one too because it's good for anxiety and a lot of shit. And it
It's
gets
not one of
brought
my
up a lot.
favorites. Yeah, it's the peppery one. Yum.
Yeah. I always suggest anything that peppery strains for people with anxiety. It seems to be a great relief for them.
Yeah, back in the old days before they gave out prescriptions for anxiety, people would keep peppercorns in their pockets, and when they would feel nervous, they would eat them, and it would calm their anxiety. That's what my grandma told me once.
I've heard that a few times as well.
So that's like neato.
So how you hanging in there?
Good, good. I'm like, you know what? Like I usually am I don't usually even stay up past 9:30 to be honest with you, but it's Saturday night. We got a good vibe. It's good. But I probably am gonna have to get going here because my dog is staring at me politely, but with a real assertive look. And so I think she might have to go outside.
No worries, no worries. I'm grateful.
But this has been a blast. We've been chatting for like 3 hours, man.
Yeah.
I can't believe there's still people here. There's 54 people still here.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Hopefully, you're always welcome. This is how it usually runs down. The after sessions and stuff like that. You have to be on the show once to kind of be in the club for the after. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
So you're not allowed on the after until you've done the work on coming on and introducing yourself.
I dig it.
Myself in the chat and everybody. So that you're always welcome to come back on again and talk just like this on a spotlight with just me and you. You get, you have a special series or something or anything you want to push. You got something you're excited about. You can always hit me up and go, hey man, I want to come on and fucking shoot some shit with you and fucking plug my new shit. You mind? I'll be like, no, come on, let's do this.
All right.
That's awesome. You're up one night there in Canada and you've seen that I'm either stalling out, because sometimes, that happens. A couple minutes, somebody might not show up or whatever. You see me stalling out.
Swoop
swoop in and save my ass. You're more than welcome.
Swoop in and take advantage. I was thinking, coming on.
Yeah, come on.
I know. I'm going to take you up on that, man. This is fun. So
I hope you do. I've really enjoyed this. You can see you're a genuine soul. You're not just doing this to fucking try to get any fame out of it. You can tell you're a genuine person, and this has been a great conversation. And I thank you greatly for your time because, as we've talked about, as we get older, it is more precious, and then
it is
I can't pay you back for this shit. This is almost 3 hours. I can't give you back, girl. And I thank you very much for it. And
this has been a communication thing. So yeah, this has been it's just fun that people get to hang out and watch it. That's cool.
Yeah.
So well, I felt blessed when you reached out to me. I had just been hearing all the great stuff about you, and I'm like, this guy would be honored to have me on his show. Like, dude,
I ain't nobody.
I was very grateful and happy to very much be on here. So I appreciate that too. Because I already I got 3 new followers, and so that's not a coincidence. So, and not that it matters about that shit, but you know what? The connections in life, and it's like, I'm not doing you a favor is what I'm saying. We're just doing this together. I'm all about collaboration, and I only collaborate with people I feel divinely like I want to do it. Like I said, I don't do anything I don't want to do. I get asked to do stuff all the time, and I don't do everything because I don't want to. So this helps me just as much.
I love this chat. I'm not just bragging up these people. These people are awesome. When I forget to do something or little bits of shit, they're quick to remind me. And from the beginning, I kind of started this little thing where I wanted to, at some point, do like a radio soundbite type thing. I think it's going to be 50, but 50 came so fucking fast that now I'm thinking it's going to be closer to 100. But every night, every new guest, I come and ask for that soundbite. Now I almost forgot. I almost let you slide right out of here, and then I seen all the little red boxes light up. Soundbite, soundbite, soundbite. So I need to ask you for the soundbite. It's like just like I used to actually not even guide it at all. And in the beginning, Lost is one of the favorite ones because that poor guy come in, Lost Leaf, he come in here and he spent good hours in. He poured his heart into it. He really did. You know what I mean? He was at work. He was tired. You know what I mean? I could see he was tired. I'm like, Lost Leaf, one more thing. Can you just, tell me where you're at and, what you're doing? And he's like, he kind of just looks around and he's like, fucking getting ready to fold your feet. I'm smoking this joint. I'm at work. And I'm like, no. Who are you talking to and where are you at? So I'm going to hit one more time because I don't want a little button pop up in it like, oh no, what the fuck's he doing? Smiley's Garden was quick enough I wish he would have pointed this out like, was this 53, 52 episodes ago? He's like, dude, why don't you just record these clips instead of having to go back? Because I got to go back now and like old school clip all these out where, like he pointed out, I could just be hitting this record button and just recording this segment every night. I'm like, what a fucking idiot. You're right. That makes perfect sense. So I'm going to hit this record here in a second. So don't let it freak you out when you see it go record.
Oh, I won't. But then what do you want me to say? Just that I'm chatting with you and where I'm at?
I want to basically, good. I won't record this. This isn't going to be recorded. So I want you to say, this is on my end. It would be like, this is fucking Eagle Gardens. I'm on fucking Talkin Shit with Eagle. You can throw anything before whatever on to it, but I want that old school radio soundbite, if you would.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. You are seeing Miss Grows here talking shit with Eagle Gardens, and we just had the most lit night. I feel already connected to you, brother, and you're A-okay.
Thank you very much. I appreciate
was that good?
That was awesome.
I was almost a little nervous.
No, that was awesome. I appreciate it.
All right. I love it. I love the soundbite thing too. That's awesome. You collect all that shit and then boom, you got some sort of gold in all that footage. Yeah.
I'm trying. I'm hoping to put them all in order too. You know what I mean? So it can just be like bang, 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 bang. And everybody can know like, oh, you know what I mean? Because like last night, tomorrow is going to be Pedro's Grover and will be here. And last night, God, I'm fucking drawing a blank. Oh, and that's terrible. Oh, that's terrible. Dirtman Dan was here last night. I'm glad. I hope he ain't watching this shit.
It's
Terrible.
late. It's late.
But
It's
you'll
too
know.
late.
You know what I'm saying? You'll be able to go,
Yeah.
you know, oh, the Dirtman's Dan, so I'll be next. You know what I mean?
I
You
know.
should
That's
know.
so cool. Now I know. I'm waiting for Dirtman. Damn. And now I'm going to go watch that one too.
That was a good one. That was a really
And
good
I know
one.
Jack,
It was
my
very
friend Jack,
genuine.
your friend Jack, he's on.
He was
next
number
week.
5.
Oh, okay.
He's going to be on. He jumped on one night. It was an early episode, number 5. I don't think I had a guess, and I was just kind of stumbling along, and he jumped in. So he does have an episode, but it doesn't qualify. So I think
you're doing
Tuesday,
a real one.
Yeah, a real one. I think it might be, if I'm right. I don't know if I want to spoil this or not, but it could be the
He's
Green
in there.
Dogs.
He's watching.
The Green Dogs, not just Jack. It might be.
Cool. Wow, I'm gonna try and catch that. That's hopefully on not on a school night, but if not, I'll watch it on the next day. Yeah, that's right. That's the best thing about this.
Still counts, but it's more fun because you can hang out and chat.
Yeah, I gotta catch one of the lives for sure.
All right. Well, I appreciate you doing this, and I hope to see you again hanging out or on the show. You're always more than welcome. You have a great night and amazing tomorrow, and I'll catch you. Oh yeah, you gotta plug yourself. Plug your fucking self. You have your Instagram, you have your YouTube, you have your Tuesday nights, right? Don't forget your Tuesday nights, right?
Well, I have
the Hydro show on Tuesdays.
Yeah, we do our Hydro Hustlers, but we do it once a month because poor Miss Snooty Grows is like been very, very busy. So as soon as we can up that more, I know the guys have been busy also. So it's just once a month for now. We kind of been doing it on a Wednesday, it seems, the last couple times. So I always give people a good couple days notice. So we have a good time in that Zoom chat too. And then I'm on Instagram at missnewtygrows. My stories are lit every day. That's where I'm most active. I do a lot of teaching in my stories, free information. I am open to people DMing me. I love first-time growers. I consult on the side. I especially love to mentor women who want to grow for the first time. And I do it all across the world, actually. I mentor people across in the States. I'm mentoring a guy from South Africa. Like, it's easy to do virtually now, you know, and with translation even and stuff. So it's pretty cool. So people can hit me up. Sometimes I go MIA because I mean, social media is not life, and I do real life stuff all the time. So I go MIA, but that's just life. But I'm always back. So I'll check my DMs always, even if it takes me a week. And then YouTube for my old videos, and hopefully when I get some time, I'm gonna make some upgraded videos because I've been getting some negative Nancy's on some of the older videos.
Am I to understand correctly? Is Genevieve Eats? Is there 2 different ones? Is there a grow and a edible, or are they find one in the same?
They're the same one. So it's called Nudies Edibles, and then the name on it is just Genevieve Eats Weed. But Nudies Edibles is my Gmail, so. Yeah. So hit me up on the Gmail even. Yeah.
Right.
Now everyone knows that. Yeah, that's fine. Nice. That's I think all my plugs. And then growing with your fellow growers. I was on there with at the very beginning. So I consider myself an OG growing with my fellow growers. I had to step down because I couldn't do the weekly commitments with my shift work anymore. But I still float around there sometimes and when I can. And it's every Sunday night.
That's better. I'm glad. You got to plug yourself. You want me able to be found, right?
Oh yeah,
to be able to answer those questions and get that knowledge out there.
Yeah.
There's even more there that I knew there was a lot you had to offer tonight, but you had even more to offer than I thought. I mean,
me too, man.
The edibles, the fucking commercial grow. I mean, we didn't even scratch the grow. I mean, actually, we got to know you, but we didn't even scratch the grow. So there's more than
we're too busy talking about life. Yeah, so I'll have to come back on and talk business. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And you know what? I'm gonna learn way more at this new place, so I'm gonna have way better stuff to share.
Nice. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
So, you have a
All
great
right.
night.
You guys heard it first, too. I haven't even told anyone on my Instagram. So whoever's watching gets to hear that. I got the job.
Congratulations.
Thanks,
Congratulations.
so, I know it's hard to let me go, but I'll go. I'll go now.
I would. You are welcome to stay as long as you want.
No,
You're
I
the
know.
one that was
I know.
tapping out.
My dog is the one that's saying, "No, honey, get off."
All right. Well, just let it to be known. You could have stayed. You could have stayed.
Yeah. I'll be back.
Good night.
Okay. Good night, Eagle.
Good night. Have a great night.
You too. See ya. Bye guys.
Bye. Miss Newtygrows. I knew it was going to be an epic, great episode. I'm so glad she took me up on it. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I did. Miss D's Nugs. I ain't got no power. That's right. Hey, they're telling you what's going on. I'm running on generator. I should be calling the power company as we speak. I might have power. I'm just running off the generator, not even knowing it. So, how was your guys' Saturday? I hope it was great. Still got a part of a joint. What we got? Pushing 3 o'clock here. Still pretty good. Who's out there? I see Cannon Trooper, your boy, Roy Boy. Nice seeing you. That's always great. Stephanie V, Chris Mertz, Arturo Sant'Amelia, Humble Grower 420. Oh, great folks. Let's see who else is in chat. Well, while I'm looking to see who else is in chat, the American one. That's one of my favorite guys right there. What are you guys smoking on? What are you guys, achieving? What are you doing? Talk to me. CJ Apple, what's up, brother? Glad to see you made it. Always glad to see that name pop up. Joni Bell, how you doing tonight? Jack's Greenstock, Booms Farms. Bunch of cool people in chat tonight. Stephanie V, Cannon Trooper. I think I hit those. My beautiful daughter Alexis, of course. And you guys been killing chat tonight. Killing it. There's a bunch of people in chat tonight. Man. John Boy, what's up? I seen Red Center Farms earlier on. And a bunch of people loaded in early. Once that interview got going, it was tough to keep an eye on chat. I appreciate you guys, hitting me up, tagging me. It's easier for me to see you guys is when you're talking to me in chat, when you tag me. I see that red box. Majestic Marks, how you doing tonight? As well. I just seen somebody else I didn't give a shout out to. Modern Genetics, Alberta Cannabis Grower. That wasn't who I seen though. Ned Denver, how you doing tonight as well? Who was it I skipped over? Oh, there it is. Shark Pulley 989. How you doing tonight? Big Ed, how you doing? Sergeant Pepper, I don't know how I missed him. Bunch of great folks. Shredder 911. Hans Warrior, how you doing tonight? Tons of great folks. Man, I love showing up every night for you guys. Even if I had to sit outside and fucking next to the generator, I think I'd fucking figure out a way. Genevieve, yeah, that was her name. This is a good show. Very talented lady. I hope she does. Oh, Drop Shot. I didn't see your name. How you doing tonight? Let's see here. That was a great interview. I don't see what you guys are smoking on, though. There she is. So, is anybody out there bored enough they want to jump on? I'll shoot some numbers. Anybody who wants to jump in there? See, Chris Mertz, how long before you're ready to jump on and share that light there, Chris? Mr. Ganja Grower. I seen you showing that bad dude off today, teasing everybody on Instagram. The same time I've seen other people doing some good videos. All right, all right. I tell you what, I'll dump that number in the crafted chat there, guys. Hold on, I gotta get the numbers. Thank you for bearing with me here for a minute, here, everybody. While send some numbers off. Yeah, if you guys didn't hear, there was a change of plans. Who was it? Aldridge? Aldridge 25. Was asking who the heck was going to be here this week. Them numbers are in the crafted, boys, fellas. Who was going to be here this week? And at that point, I had some gaps in the schedule. Wasn't quite sure who in the hell was going to be here midweek. But as always, I got my ass to work. Did some planning, line this week up for us. So since I got a little bit of time here, let's go over that. Tomorrow was gonna be Josh Covert of Michigan Cannabis Law was gonna be here tomorrow night. With Rabbit Hippie, who is an amazing Michigan grower and a part of Covert Extracts here in Michigan. Smiley in chat? I didn't see Smiley's fucking smiling face nowheres today. I didn't even see him in the other show chat. Was going to be here tomorrow, which would have been an amazing show. Anyways. But I reached out, I was reaching out, trying to pack the rest of the week for me, myself, and you guys. And I reached out to somebody and they said, well, I can't do it next week, but I can do it tomorrow. And I went, well, fuck. Let me see. So Josh Covert Law, Michigan Cannabis Attorneys, and Rapid are able to move to Wednesday. And tomorrow, we got another amazing show tomorrow. All right, you guys listening? Who do you think, throw that up in chat. Who do you think is going to be here tomorrow? And who would you like to see? Let's see that. Let's see that response. Who do you think is going to be here tomorrow? Or who would you like to see? Let's see that. Then I'll fucking announce who's going to be here next week. Let's see who you think's going to be here tomorrow. Let's see who you think's going to be here tomorrow. Hopefully this isn't too long. Oh, damn it. Let's see here. I see one good name. Who's going to be here tomorrow? I see a couple of guests already. Mr. Boom Bombs. I see 3 answers. You guys were already paying attention earlier. Hell yeah. That's what I like about you guys. You fucking pay attention. Pedro. That's right. Pedro's Grow Room will be here tomorrow. How fucking awesome is that? I hope Medicropper would be a fucking amazing. No, it's going to be Pedro. Pedro's Grow Room will be here tomorrow. Pedro's Grow Room. And then the Glorious Genetics will be here Monday. Jack's Green Stocks. That's all I'm going to say about Tuesday. Covert Law. Josh Covert Law will be here Wednesday, giving us legal advice and telling us about his cannabis experience, as well as, I believe, Rabbit Hippie from Instagram, who is amazing grower here. I mean, super on point grower here in Michigan, as well as he does edibles and extracts, will be here Wednesday. Then Green 13 from the UK, a UK grower, will be here Thursday telling us their story. And then Friday will be Dr. Budswell, which is another amazing Michigan grower here. And then Saturday is Soulworth25 from Instagram, who is another great grower slash hash maker slash rosin tech guy. So he'll be dumping all that good knowledge on us Saturday evening. So that's the whole next week's lineup. So I hope you guys will be enjoying that and tuning in for all that. And with all that being said, my man Boom, how you doing, brother? Fucking introduce yourself. How you doing tonight?
How's it going, guys?
Pretty good.
Hanging out. That was a good show. Yeah. Did she ever say what the company was she was working for? I was listening, but I never did hear her say.
No, for one, she didn't want to. I don't think she wanted to badmouth the old company, and she didn't really say who the new company was.
Yeah, yeah.
Which I don't blame her either.
A little bit of anonymity, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm learning more and more that I had respect for Canada already, but man, it's a good bunch of people up there in the north, there, brother.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, she kind of had the impression from working for the LPs that the rest of Canada got from the first time they bought weed from the LPs. Like, oh, they don't give a fuck about this product, eh? Yeah, there seems to be a lot of that going around. But it should be getting better with the little, the craft guys coming on now, and the little guys can get their LP license now instead of just the mega corporations. So it should be turning around, hopefully.
There's Brittany right there. My daughter just asked if I blocked my other daughter. Yeah, I blocked Brittany from the show. Totally. She's talking smack about her dad. And I said enough of that.
Put her in timeout, eh?
Yeah. Hey, Boom. Could you do me a favor and address chat for a second? Is that some 73 micron?
73
I need to go over and check my panel real quick. Well, I'm running on a generator right now. That's why it's so dark over here.
Right. Yeah. I was wondering what was going on. I was like, oh, he's got the tent closed. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, power ran out like fucking 45 minutes before the show. So I had to fucking double time the fucking generator over to the house and fucking run some cords and got this going. And then I fucking ran up to the gas station and grabbed me a fucking coffee and some gas, of course. And I come back and I see, for one, the front light of the house was like blinking. And I'm like, oh, fuck. What the fuck? What is all on that's fucking drawn like that? And I come in, I start shutting shit off and shit. And I'm like, bang, 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 bang. And then I'm like, what in the fuck has got this draw on the generator that's making everything, blink and shit? I forgot to hit the fuse on the fucking the HPS. So I had fucking 4K plus the LED pulling on the generator and shit. I'm like, yeah. So at that point, because that in particular generator was like into the panel, you know what I mean? It's a 5,000 just kind of running lights into the house, but it was also trying to run the 4K. Somehow or another, I fucking lost the lights in the garage. So I got that in particular fuse earlier. I don't know if I fucked up the fuse or if it was just hot because it was on that one leg. Hasn't been able to reset. And since the show started, I haven't been able to wander back over there to see if I could get me a little bit of light other than this little thing I got beaming on my fucking face. Did you see this? Did you see the background? How was the background on your end?
That was great. You have the opposite problem of me. You were just a floating head. I've got fucking bud teeth whenever I do it because my wall's white behind me, right? So every time I smile, I get a big bud grin going on.
She said it was cool, but it was fucking freaking me the fuck out, man. I was sitting there just watching myself, and I'm like, that's weird. I don't like that shit.
Yeah, it doesn't work like a mirror, right? So your whole life you're conditioned to, touch your right cheek on the left side of the mirror kind of thing. And it's opposite when you're looking at the camera trying to do stuff. So I'm always fucking, what am I supposed to? There it is. There's the camera.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, I find that too when I'm just trying to show something. Like a bud, I'll be like showing it off over here, and I go, "Oh, fucking cameras! Well, oh, there it is." Stupid. But can you talk to chat while I slide over to that fucking fuse box and see if I can get a light? I actually need, at some point, it probably wouldn't be hurt to run outside to see if the generator's got gas. I hate to wait until the show starts blinking. What? I gotta go, guys.
It wouldn't be the first time we got booted. So how's it going,
Right.
chat? Let me see what we got going on here. Your boy Roy Boy's talking about an old TGA strain. Let's see if I can find out what he's talking about. Probably not. Hope for Pedro. Yeah, Pedro's going to be on. That'd be great. Humble Gardener says GML would be cool. Remo would be cool too. Yeah. I'd like to see Great White Bud on. He's been on the GML show. He's a cool guy. I like him. How's it going, the American one? Kaboom. Yeah, that's the what was Kaboom? Kaboom was it was supposed to be like a giant bud strain, like an AK-47 style, forearm size bud, right? That's the one that Jinx didn't want. That other strain that Jinx Proof was talking about the other day, he said the whatever he said. The plush berry. The other one was the Ace of Spades, was the other pink strain.
Shangri-La.
Shangri-La is what he made, yeah. But he was talking about looking for subcool strains that were pink. And he said the plush berry, and I can't remember the other one. The other one was Ace of Spades.
Was it Ace of Spades? The only one I really remember is the plush berry. That was pink.
The plush berry and the Ace of Spades. The cherry gasm will go pink for you too if you get the right pheno. I used to be my profile picture on Instagram up until last week. It's a pink bud. Actually, I don't know if Fumidor's in here, but we had the did the best subcool tester photo contest or whatever, and Fumidor came in first and I came in second. And Sub said, "Yeah, you got to get at me for your constellation prize." And I told him, I'm in Canada, so don't even worry about it, right? Because I'd been accepted into the tester program for him before, but he was like, well, we can't ship shit to Canada. So I don't know if they were just
Major
on sub maybe, or because Major 420 was saying on a comment the other week of a video that he doesn't think they irradiate stuff. So maybe it was just something that they were hip to sub and like really after him.
I'm open now. It makes me a little more open. Give her a whirl.
So how you doing? You got your lights back? I guess not, eh?
That in particular fucking fuse is I don't know what the fuck's up with it. Kind of bummed out. It's obviously fucked because it's like a remodeler. Somebody threw a remodeler in there. So it's like a double breaker. You know what I'm talking about? Have you ever seen them?
No, I don't have a
remodeler.
generator. When my power goes out, I sit in the dark.
No. This is for like in the fuse box.
Oh, okay.
A remodeling breaker is there's two types. There's one you can put it like a ground fault in the breaker in case you can't run a ground fault plug for some stupid reason. You can do one in there. And the other is a remodeling breaker. Say if you're doing some remodeling in your house and you're limited to the room in your fuse box, you can actually get a fuse within a fuse. So they're like two little guys in there. Instead of one big switch, you have two little, it's like subdivides it up into a couple smaller fuses in case you're fucked for a room. But that's what's in there is it's more or less the ground fault type where I can't push the buttons popped and it won't reset. So now I'm going to have to fucking just change that fuse out tomorrow, which sucks because that means my bedroom and this fucking garage lights. I have power in the garage, but I don't have fucking lights. So I'm fucked there. Maybe.
The American one said he got a seeds from Canada that made it a bunch, which makes more sense that they'd ship stuff to Canada to the States, because at that point it's on the States to take care of it. But I'm almost positive they're X-ray, like everything's coming through an X-ray when it comes in, and it doesn't kill every bean. Like a fresh bean will be okay for sure, but if you got like a 2-3 year old pack and they X-ray that, you're gonna lose half your beans right away. I swear it. I swear it. I got seeds from Spain not too long ago, and they all germinated, but there were a couple ones in there that I was like, man, I don't know. A little bit funky on the, just the amount of time it took to take off and the health of it. Sometimes you get shitty seeds too. Not that the seeds are bad, just sometimes not every seed takes off at 100%.
Well, I guess I'm looking at it this way. As long as you're not out of pocket in them, you know what I mean? To where
yeah, I see what you mean.
I'm just sending them to you free as long as they germinate and get something off them, cool. But if they make it and they don't pop, fine. That's cool too, I tried. You didn't get fucked.
Yeah. That's true. That's true. Yeah. No, it is a bummer though. You spend $200 on a pack of seeds and end up with one, and you're like, ah, fuck. And then they're, maybe they're even regular beans, and you're like, come on, female.
All right, since we got two in here now, Canna Trooper, go ahead and introduce yourself. I'm gonna go fucking step out and pee and fill the generator and see if I have power. You guys
Lexi says it'll be another hour.
Oh, well, I still got to pee and fill the generator.
Yeah.
How's it going, Boom?
How's it going, Canna Trooper? Having a good one.
Good. I was just hanging out with friends, having a cookout by a pool, and then we went out for a hike, and we went exploring this kind of like abandoned farm, like out in the middle of nowhere in the dark. The place kind of looked haunted, but it was cool. We just got some blankets, looked at some shooting stars while we were smoking some joints.
Nice. What are you smoking on?
You know what? I can't remember which one this is. I think it's Eagle Scout or Caesar. I can't remember which one he gave me. I was running out the door.
We'll go with Eagle Scout, eh? It's brand friendly, right?
Yeah, there we go.
Talking shit with Eagle. Fucking A.
Yeah. Good call. I didn't think about that. Yeah, man, that Eagle Scout that Sergeant Pepper's got right now, it's got some pretty nice sized nugs on it, and it's cured up pretty fucking sweet too.
Right on. Yeah. I was supposed to jar my stuff up today, but I'm gonna do it tomorrow instead.
Okay. What's going on, John boy? How you doing tonight? Sorry, chat's talking to us a little bit too.
Yeah, for sure. I always have such a hard time with chat because you're talking about something and I'm high as shit too, right? So in 30 seconds, when chat finally hears what we say and they can type it in, I forgot what I asked. So there's just random words in chat that don't make any sense anymore. Yeah, it's fun sometimes.
What's going on, the American one? Yeah, man. I can only imagine what it's like to like be the host, because like sometimes you have like other chats going on, and then you have this chat, and you have chats with like sometimes people on the panel or something like that. If you have a panel show, and you have guests, like, then you have to please with chats.
Yeah. Sometimes you see the comment, but someone else is talking, and you're like, oh, as soon as they stop talking, I'm going to bring up what that guy said, and then forget about it. You're off to the next thing, you know. It's a tough gig trying to be interactive like that and live and give everybody their fair shake. Banging that right into the camera. Sorry, guys. The mic, rather.
So yeah, I actually missed the interview tonight. Who was that was on?
That was missnewtygrows. She's a Canadian grower. She works for one of the LPs in Alberta, which is like our Texas. It's the oil money area of Canada. Gotcha. It was a really good interview. Yeah.
Yeah, it seemed like it was good. She seemed like she was nice and stuff by the end.
Yeah.
But I have to go back and rewatch it.
Yeah, worth a rewatch. Usually what I do is when I leave for work is I just shut the computer, and then when I get home I open it and it stays right where it was in the episode, and I can catch up from where I was.
Yeah. I have an iPad and my phone, so like I just turn those things off, and I mean I could save it stuff, but most of the time I'm just trying to conserve battery on them and everything.
Right.
Oh man. What are you smoking on up there, bud?
I'm rolling up Clementine. It's Chem 91 crossed to Sour Tangy.
Nice. Yeah, I had some Clementine not too long ago, and I still can't get like the terpene kind of notes that were in my nose after that, like out of my mind. I keep thinking of that. There's this one strain that Pepper's got, mimosa, and it has like some of it in there, and I could stop on tasting that, and I was just like, ooh, it just reminded me of it.
So is that like the Clementine, was that a sweet thing, or was it like just an orangey? So a lot of the orange you get has that burnt rubber background kind of thing, you know what I mean?
It was smooth. It definitely kind of had like more of a neutral. It wasn't sweet, it wasn't like bad or anything. It was kind of like how like a rind is, like off of a real Clementine, you know, like that smell that you get off of that.
Yeah. I got a buddy that's got an Afghani that's got like a lime peel thing. Like we were trying to nail down what the flavor was forever, and we're like, well, it's not sour like a sour diesel. It's kind of sour like a fruit, but not super fruity. And we settled on, we figured maybe it was lime.
Okay, nice. Yeah, I really like Afghanis, like the Kushes and the Afghanis, the Mazars and stuff. Those are like, I've been to Mazar-e Sharif, so the like Mazars are fucking, yeah. So cool. I got some of my seeds for like one of my plants from over there. Kind of snuck it back.
Yeah. Yeah. I had an aunt that I asked, oh, where'd you get your seeds from? And they go, shh, we brought them from Jamaica. It's like, oh, okay. Keeping secrets. Ooh.
Like, I held on mine for a minute because like I didn't have like a place to properly pop them. Like I was active duty. I was active duty, so it was just kind of like I wanted to do them, but like there was an outdoor situation, but it was just kind of like, okay, if we pop it for that, I'm not going to have the cut for it because it's not my garden. So I'm going to keep these for a hot minute.
Right. Yeah. I kind of did a similar thing. I bought a pack of Space Bomb from the hydro store years ago and wanted to pop it all the time, but was like, fuck, man, I'm not confident I can keep this if I get something I like, right? So I wanted to practice, and by the time I finally got around to popping it, I only got one out of there. So still not sure if it's even going to be female or not, but if it's a male, I might just, make some funsy seeds.
Yeah, got a few pheno hunts going on over at Pepper's Garden right now, and we found out that 2 of them were definitely females. Like we only had like 1 or 2 like seeds of those, so that was like, thank God,
Yeah.
And one of them was like really expensive pack too, so it was the last one. I was like, and it looked like a female, it had all the characteristics. So I was like, I think it's gonna be, and it came back. Freeman came through on that one.
Sex test? Freeman's sex test?
Yeah, Farmer Freeman, man.
Right on.
Yeah, he's based out of DC. It's pretty quick. We were actually kind of like wondering like what was going on, but like I want to say we sent like 13, 15 samples, and he requires that you have like a half an inch to like an inch of like a leaf sample from that. You put it in this little envelope. In the envelope, it has a tag with the serial number, and on the envelope that came on, you write down what strain that was, and on that tag, I write down like what strain it is on the back of that. Serial number's there, and then we have another tag that I write down the serial number on too. So it's just kind of a chain of custody type of a thing, It's good to like have like it down like 3 times at least. But it helps us keep track of it, and we got the results in. And like it's just good record keeping is definitely like in order, because when you write your strain on that thing, he doesn't write it back. He just gives you the serial number that you assigned it to, that he gave you.
Yeah, I was transplanting my plants, and I put one in a hole, right? Solo cup into the 1 gallon. And then I decided, no, that one's, the amount that was in the cup didn't fit the hole. I was like, that fit in that pot better. So I switched it to a different pot. And then I grabbed the other one and pulled it out, and I realized, oh, fuck, I didn't move the tag to that pot. So there was a hot second where I was like, did I just screw up 2 plants here? But I was like, no, I still have the tag. It's still in this. So this tag goes in that plant, and this goes in that hole. But for a second, I was like, I just fucked this whole pheno hunt up. I'm not going to know what any of this shit is now. But yeah.
Damn.
But we were all good.
It is a little more lit up in here. American one. Boy, talk about timing. That bitch was thirsty.
Yeah,
Holy shit. That was good timing there. Wouldn't have been much longer.
It wouldn't have been the first time we suddenly went off the air, though. No biggie.
The fucking the LED trigger that is on that fuse that's out. So I ran a extension cord over to the trigger, to the box that runs the LED, which is 220. I'm letting that run off the generator because there's only 2 fixtures running off of it. Running on 220, so they can't be drawing but fucking 6 amps. You know what I mean? I'll run that off the LED or off the fucking generator. So might as well have some shit going, creating a little bit of heat and light in here. So some girls are happy. And as far as a little on-air lesson there, if your power goes out, unless it's like a severe issue, you know what I mean? For me, it's especially if I don't know when that motherfucker's coming back on. You know what I mean? I just shut my shit off. I'll go over to the breaker, so especially like say if I go to bed and I don't want the light cycle coming on and getting all fucked up when I sleep. I'll go over and I shut them breakers off in case the power comes back on. And then I'll just let them girls sit in 24 hours of darkness. You know what I mean? And then I'll come back on in their regular time schedule. You know what I mean? I
have a timer that has a battery in it. It's a digital timer. So if the power goes off at 5:50 and the lights go off at 6 p.m. and then the power's off for 2 hours on your regular timer, your lights would come on for 10 minutes there. Well, it knows what time it is because it's running off the battery. So the clock keeps going. So once it gets to 6 o'clock, it shuts off the your lights aren't going to come back on you. So that way, whenever your power comes back on, whatever your lights are supposed to be doing, they're doing. It's pretty helpful. It's nothing worse than taking one of those push pin fucking timers and trying to go back and reset it for the right time. What a fucking nightmare, especially if you're trying
Well,
to
that's
sync
what
up
it
a
is.
far
It's
red
one
thing.
of
Nightmare.
the 8-gang boxes with the timer built right in.
Oh yeah.
I got 2 of them. I got an 8-banger for the HBS side, and I got an 8-banger that runs the fucking LED side. Both of them with the timer triggers built right in.
Right on.
Uh-oh. Fucking what's going on over there?
Uh-oh. We got a strobe light going. Morning, Tim.
I don't know what's going on over there, but I'd rather not burn out a fucking driver. I mean, we're burning out that driver.
I just got a replacement driver. I blew one on one of my 550s, my V1, I think it is. So they sent me a dimmable one, so pretty happy about that.
The only thing I can say about that is, thank God that's a tester light. I know the guy that's got fucking parts for that motherfucker, like he split. Yeah. If she does go down, I should be able to go, oh, buddy, could you send me some shit on the fly? Well, I don't even think you can get anything on the fly right now. Fuck. I was a little discouraged to listen to the GML show yesterday and listen to the HLG guys kind of struggle going, yeah. No. We're definitely fucking being held up for parts and shit. I'm like, I don't know. Good news.
They were even being held up for boxes. They were telling them we can only give you 5 boxes a day. Like, what? How about you?
Yeah, boom. I'm glad you said that. I don't know if I cut you off, Cannon. If I did, I'm sorry. Fucking went to McDonald's just before the show here. Fucking had to go in. You probably caught that. I had to go into town, grab some coffee and fucking some gas. The local McDonald's fucking hands me out a straw in a baggie. It wasn't even a fucking like McDonald's straw in the paper like you always get. It was just like they went to the store, bought 500 straws, and randomly put them in baggies and zipped them shut.
Put them in baggies. So I'm guessing, oh my God.
Yeah. So I'm guessing fucking McDonald's is having a little trouble getting, or at least my branch, you can't even get fucking straws. So
yeah,
that's weird.
Something's shaking down the pipe. I gotta get this creepy look off my light. I gotta flip this around. There we go. It's still kind of creepy. Like I'm just like looking in the window. How you guys doing? You guys growing over there?
Yeah.
That's how I ended up with these blue ones, is they were out of the whites that I usually buy. So, you know, we had toilet paper in town, but we didn't have any cigarette papers.
Oh, damn.
And actually, the toilet paper I got right now, and this is no word of a lie, I fucking stopped over my nephew's house, and they were like, I was talking about going to the store, and I had just gotten like a text from home and shit, you know, pick up that TP if you can. And I like read it aloud, and they were like, yeah, nah, you stopping around here? And I was like, yeah, obviously, because everything by the time I get home will be closed. Yeah, no, you're gonna be fucked. Like, but luckily, we didn't stock up, we didn't stockpile like most people do, but we're smart enough to pick one up if we see one when we go out. So we have some extra if you guys need some. And I reluctantly, I was like, no, I think we're good. And they're like, no, just take it. I'm like, I don't want to take it. At least let me buy it from you or whatever. So I paid for it. Gave him some money for it. I appreciated it 100%. They didn't want to take it. I'm like, come on, that's silly. You paid for it. And I actually gave him a little bit extra. I'm like, you know, you got gas, time, and everything else. Please just take the extra. Cool. By the time I went to the store, the fucking ghost town, no toilet paper anywhere. We stopped like 2 other places. I was so thankful for that fucker, just the generosity, because I would have totally been fucked if they wouldn't have been for their good-heartedness and shit. So,
I'm actually like surprised at a lot of people's generosity during this whole thing, and it's just like kind of surprising to me. A lot of people kind of come together. Like you see some of the bad and keep hearing about that, but I really don't feel like people highlight enough of the good that's kind of coming out of it all. That's all I'm going to say about it.
right on. Yeah, let's don't even dip down that road.
No,
It's always such a bummer.
I
Such a
know. What's going on, Mr. Green Pot? Farm 420. How you guys doing? So yeah, I guess we brought up earlier. We were talking about the Mazari Sharif and stuff, and I guess like John Boy just picked up a pack Mazari Sharif F2 from Lorax 315. He said he purchased it with Pink Diesel Mac, my Citrus Runts F1, and Primal Punch F2. Other than Primal Punch, have you guys ever run any of those?
No,
No,
I don't get cups up here. So
I
Okay.
suggest those Primal F2s though, for sure.
Yeah, no, I got a pack of those. I
hear good things about Runts too. Runts is supposed to be the shit.
Yeah, I've heard good things about it as well, but I haven't ran it.
No, me either.
I mean, I more or less think it's kind of like a hype thing. Exotic Genetics, he just did a limited run with it. He didn't make it a staple in his library. So I think that kind of says something about it. I don't think he's kind of got faith in what it's going to do for his lineup, so he's not going to keep it in there. It doesn't seem like.
Yeah. Well, I wonder about that kind of thing. We were talking about this the other day with you ever order a pack of seeds and it comes with a freebie pack, and you look at that freebie pack and you're like, I think I'm going to pop that. And you don't actually pop what you bought. That ever happened to you? Yeah. That's kind of like what I think happened to the Runts. I think he made the freebie and put it out there, and turned out that's what people liked. So
yeah,
I don't know.
You might be right on that. I mean, I've gotten some pretty decent. Like, I got a God, what was it? I think it was a greenhouse seeds, blue cheese, and it wasn't feminized. It was a regular one. I got it to go, and it was amazing. I actually had that thing for 3 years after I popped it, and it was a freebie. That thing, it yielded too, and it was nice and stinky, and it just
your
like
blue cheese yielded.
Yeah, it did yield. Mine yielded pretty heavy actually. I had a buddy who
for me,
huh?
So that's a bummer for me, because the one I had didn't. I loved the strain, but it didn't yield for me. It was a great strain, but she just didn't push.
Yours was from Greenhouse too?
No, it wasn't from Greenhouse. I'd have to look up who it was.
So that's
in
the
fact,
thing.
I think it was a clone.
Yeah, a lot of people have similar names with different shit in it, right? Like,
yeah, pretty much what ends up happening is like they'll get I mean, okay, so we'll talk about it. Like, we totally go through and we pheno hunt, and when you find that pheno, I mean, that one's going to have those expressive notes. Now, depending if you pass a clone on or you breed with it and you get your F1 or F2 seeds off on it, that's like whatever somebody's working with. Now you've put out different versions of it out into the world, and people like it's still say blue cheese, but you know, there's different phenos of it, so there's different interpretations that people keep. So yeah. I mean, that's really what it comes down to.
People, it's so hard for people who don't grow to understand that. Like, this is Gorilla Glue number 4. I grew it from seed. No, it's not. No, you didn't grow Gorilla Glue number 4 from seed. You know, you grew, a crapshoot of what could come out of that, but you didn't grow the Gorilla Glue unless you had the cut.
I had that conversation with Mountain Grower the other night, if you remember. We were talking about genetics, and he said, I grew that Gorilla Glue from seed. And I was like, ew.
Nope.
Not the same. You got to have that COA on it, man.
You know,
It's one of
you
the
might get a
things,
killer
too.
pheno, a Gorilla Glue too, that you grow from seed, but you know, you might even find one that's better than the elite cut, but it's gonna be difficult and rare, right?
Yeah, you're not gonna get
Kineos
them.
did it right, in my opinion. If there's somebody's gonna back cross or make their recreate that strain, if you will, fucking please. That's all you gotta do. Don't just call it blue cheese and throw it out there. Bang. Fucking put your name on it like Keneos did. Be like, the Northern Lights that I'm looking for, which I've seen tonight on somebody else's show. Smiley, if you're watching, you running that Northern Lights back cross. God damn it. If you're gonna back cross something like that and throw it on the market, do it like they did. It's Keneos Lights. Don't just throw it out there as fucking Northern Lights, or put it out there as Keneos. And I'm not ragging on you guys. I love you guys. I'm just using you guys for a good example. Keneos Northern Lights, put your name in front of it or some spin on it to let people know that it's a version of, in your case there, blue cheese. Don't just call it blue cheese. Let us know that it's a variation or your representation of. Don't lay it out there and lead people on to believe that it's the blue cheese or whatever. Please, put some kind of mark on it to help people distinguish, shit. That's the way my thoughts on that. So I'm hoping breeders would do anyway.
We were talking about that earlier in chat, where she was saying the shishka berry from Barney's Farms. Well, the shishka berry was originally bred by breeder Steve of Spice of Life Seed Co. And so they were at a, whatever the Amsterdam meet was one year, and then the next year Barney had shishka berry and sweet tooth too. So it's one of them things. He recreated it and then kept it the same name. He didn't change it to Barney's Tooth or Shishka Barney or something like that. You know what I mean? He just ripped it.
To me, that's just a cheap ploy to try to, make some quick money jumping on somebody else's hard work. Cut your own name. That's the way I feel about that.
But early in the day, that's how a lot of it was, right? Like you got the skunk. That's how a lot of it is now, right? Like the Primal Punch is Purple Punch crossed to Gorilla Glue, right? So
it's banana punch.
Banana Punch, is it Banana Punch, not Purple Punch?
It's Banana Punch, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's why he went with the Primal, because you got the Gorilla Glue into the banana, and so the Primal Punch. It was a good name. It was a good way to out. It was clever.
Bananas not my
kind of go
thing.
together.
Oh, I don't like bananas.
Goes with the gorilla. You know what I'm saying? Perfect matchup. So
kind of like in our community there, Eagle, the mimosa cut's going around, and that's the Empire cut, whether, I'm supposed to say that or not. But, if anybody were to breed with that, they should say, Empire's mimosa bred with this or that, Like I feel like you said, everybody needs to go ahead and throw it out. Like mimosas from Symbiotic Genetics, but it went ahead and it went through his garden. He made it his own.
Yeah, you should definitely give some credit to, props to somebody if you're going to use their shit, I think. A little nod. Doesn't hurt. Goes a lot further. I tell you what, a little nod and some credit will get you a fucking miles further than, just trying to not act like you're not biting on that shit and just running with it. You know what I mean? That's just going to piss people off in the long run. But if you're at least willing to give them the nod, I bred with some cool strain or whatever, whatever. Give them that hats off to the person. That's going to get you shitloads further than just trying to knock some shit off.
And even Space Queen, that was a Vic High strain. That was his recreation of a Vic High strain. The Cindy 99 to the Romulan is Space Queen. So that's where he got a lot of that stuff from, was Vic, but he always gave Vic a lot of credit for it too. He'll tell you the super soil came from Vic, the original recipe on the old BCGA site.
Yeah, that's been hacked up and modified so many different ways. So many people.
Oh yeah.
Made so many different variations of it that this is the way. No, this is the way. I mean,
it's not so much that this is the way, it's this works too. You know,
yes.
You don't have to use bone meal. You can break it into all kinds of different stuff, right? Like,
yeah, no, exactly. Like I always say, Eagles heard me say this a bunch of times, there's 1,000 ways to skin this cat. So, million, 1,000, whatever. So.
Man, I think I'm gonna sneak me in a day if I can find some. I don't think I've had one yet today. Been a pretty productive day though. I'm pretty happy with today.
Oh yeah.
Till the lights went out.
yeah.
What all did you get done today?
Oh, it's the shit I don't like to do.
Trim jail.
No. I actually would prefer to trim versus washing pots and transplant. That had to be done.
Yeah.
Wash.
I was like, we're cleaning.
There's just something about bending over, washing all them pots and saucers. I don't like to reuse anything until it's been washed. It's all gotta fucking be clean before it comes back. That was today. Today was the day.
Yeah, I'm putting that off too. I got to get everything cleaned up and ready to go. I'm not quite ready to put things into flip, but I got to get it done.
So, how are you guys on, like, let's say, let me ask this. Do you have a certain door in your house and that you prefer? Obviously, everybody has a door you prefer everybody to come in, right? And ask me, I'm kind of, because I was a little pissy about this. And everybody's like, man, how can you be a jerk? Well, last year, we actually had, we got, I like most houses, several houses. You expect company to come to the front door, right? No, for the most part. No.
And my grandma's
No,
like,
my door is not
door.
the front door. I have a note that says, don't come in the front door.
Okay, well, you've specified that. Anyway.
Yeah.
So I parked, a lot of times we park in the front, and then we were using like the back sliding door because it was easier to get groceries and shit. And so I had a neighbor come up the other day, fucking, I'm parked in the back. So he parks in the back. He decides to come, and he did it last year for the longest time, to the point where we had to put up a sign going, just please use the other door, because he was popping up. He's a good old man, but we're sitting at the breakfast table and burning down the mornings, and he's just like popping up right in the 6-foot window. And you're like, oh fuck. No room to hide and shit. And so he did it the other day, and I was like a little bummed. Then I was bummed because I had I had pots sitting outside that needed to be washed. That's the one thing I love about summer, nice weather, is you can go out there and spray the pots out. You can get worried about trying to get the shit from going in the drain. The old guy started like picking my pots and shit. Well, for one, I'd say, like, I don't like to keep anything out that's obviously tagging me for a grower. And this day in general, I had all kinds of evidence laying outside that back door. A bucket bag full of fucking root balls and shit that I beat out the root ball and just take the carcass and throw that away. So I had a bag of those, and I had like fucking 10 gallon nursery things laying there. And then I had some of the big army, them big tank tread motherfuckers that, are 14-gallon things that had to be washed. And he's like looking them over. He's like, There's a couple carcasses in there. He's just like, I could see his mind just wandering and shit. He's the one that's kind of buddies with the sheriff too. So I'm like, oh God. He's like, wow, these are big pots. And I'm like, yeah, they sure are. And he's like, can I have one? I'm like, no. He's looking at the AirPods too. The fuckers are like $50 a piece. I'm like, no, you can't. No, I'm using it. He's like, I could just see the whole time he's like walking away. And I'm like, man, why can't he just get the picture that I want him to use the front door? He just refuses to use that front door. And so am I in the wrong there or what? Would that bug you guys too or no?
I don't know.
I
No
mean,
one ever comes to my house, so.
That's the thing. Nobody ever comes to my house either. I
Yeah.
never expect him. I've never expected him, and when he does, he's just popping up in the back door in the picture window where we've got the window wide open, expecting nobody at all because we're out here in the country, and it's like, it's always like we're not even expecting him, and usually hitting the joint, looking out the fucking back window. Oh fuck, shit. Just fucking practically throwing the tray and shit. God damn it. So, yeah, I wish he'd just at least give me the doorbell warning. You know what I mean? Not just right there and shit. Maybe I'm just being stupid. I don't know. I like my privacy. That's why I moved out to the fucking forest.
Lexi says he uses the front door too. That would definitely bother me if I had to guess which door you were at instead of knowing like, oh, it's probably whatever at the whatever door.
Yeah, if I had to guess like where you're coming up from.
Yeah.
But another thing is I like to be able to see where people are coming from so you can see people coming up the driveway and stuff. Like you said, you're out in the country and it's like not too many people come by. So when someone comes by, you're like, who the fuck is this?
Yeah, I don't know. Probably being stupid. Oh, paranoid, I guess. I just think, fuck.
Yeah.
Could be worse. One of these days, he's going to be gun shy. It could be just me sitting there with my nuts out and shit. He's going to regret that day.
That's funny. So
it's the beauty of owning your house.
Yeah. So hey, it's kind of getting late for me. I'm slowing down here, man. I need to calm down. So I'm gonna go ahead and turn in for the night. Hope you all have a good night. In. Yeah, man. Thanks for having me for a little bit. It was fun chilling. Good talk.
Go ahead and plug yourself and before you go, brother.
Yeah. I'm Canis Reaper, and this is Eagle Talkin Shit with Eagle Gardens.
You didn't have to throw that in there. It's just this Cannon Trooper. You find me on Instagram. All that good shit.
I almost spit my water out.
Yeah, you did.
I wasn't expecting that at all.
I'm getting told to get off. So.
All right.
All right, guys. I'll see you later.
Night, man.
Night.
Night, Cannon Trooper.
Night.
I don't know about you, but if I had something there pawing at me, I think I'd be fucking, it would be a no-brainer.
Yeah.
No-brainer. I'd have been like later, guys, like fucking half hour ago. So what's up in store for you, dude, tomorrow? Did you have this work you got done today in the garden? Or
no, I didn't get anything done in the garden today. I mowed the lawn instead, so. But I helped the wife carry some dirt for the flower garden outside. So it's all right though. It could go till Monday and still be fine.
Back to work Monday for you. You're obviously back to work full time.
Yep, back on Tuesday. It's a holiday in Canada, Victoria Day. Perks of being involved with England. I don't know.
Yeah, that shit threw me off because I remember hearing you say something about, Tuesday, being the next work day or whatever. And then I spoke with somebody today and they're like, yeah, I'll get that out on Tuesday. So for a minute there, I was like, is it fucking Memorial Weekend already? Is that what I'm missing?
Yeah.
Actually, I'm serious. I actually had to like get the calendar out. Shit.
Well, they always sneak up on me too, other than like Christmas, right? You know when Christmas and New Year's is gonna happen. It's the same every year. But like, Easter, who the fuck knows? When's Easter next year? Tell me what day.
They're moving them so
You can't
much.
fucking do it. Who knows?
Thanksgiving, I mean, they move that shit around to like a convenience anymore. They used to be pretty staple. Now it's like, it's first.
St. Patrick's Day is always the 17th, I think. But, we don't even have the same date for Thanksgiving. You guys are in November, right? We're in October.
Really? Yeah, it only makes sense. Why would you
it's colder
celebrate
here.
our fucking independence? That's what our Thanksgiving's about,
Yeah.
You're silly. So, what was ours is what, 1776? So what was your founding date? October?
Oh, Jesus, I don't know. History? Who cares? The Space Queen is Cinderella 99, crossed to Romulan. Cinderella 99 is whatever, Genius, the princess.
Spew that history right out.
What was the other one? Romulan? I don't even know what Romulan is. Is Jack still here? I bet Jack knows. He's pretty good with his history.
I don't even know what the fuck that is. Now, what was? I'm sorry, I was reading chat while you were talking. What were we looking for?
I don't know. Oh, Romulan. What's Romulan? I don't know what Romulan was. It's pretty early in the lineages.
That's not even a so cool strain. That's where I dedicated most of my knowledge right there, is trying to fucking remember most of that shit. That's been the staple. I actually had to carry a cheat sheet. I'm fucking terrible with like names and shit. So like remembering crosses and stuff. That's not always shit I write down. I'm not good at it right off the top of my head with that shit. I'm always like, hold on, I did run it. I've got the lineage right here, because I always make sure and write that down. Always put the cross and then the lineages that go into it as far back as I can get.
I like seedfinder.eu for that. They've got like a great little breakdown of everything, what it is and how they got it there. Sometimes it's pretty vague, right? Like
hopefully it's more accurate than fucking Leafly.
Leafly's fucking terrible. Leafly used to be okay. Like even the fucking app is hard to use now. It's stupid. I'm out.
I think it was built like on a Wikipedia type basis.
Yeah.
Where
so somebody can give you some green crack and tell you, yeah, this is totally mimosa. And you go, oh, mimosa tastes piney. No, it doesn't.
I haven't. How does that? What is the terp profile? There it is. Sweet. I've been like looking for this fucking this dab here.
I've never had the mimosa, but on Remo's show, they had like a weed sommelier on there that was actually smelling it and giving little hints. And he said it's got like a soapiness to it that a lot of people don't pick up on. A lot of people pick up on the orange and they miss the soap in the back. So I was like, that's kind of different, right?
Yeah, that's not even a profile that would be on my radar. But a lot of that shit isn't until I try to sit and connoisseur that shit.
Some of that stuff's the most intriguing stuff, though. The like, what the fuck is that thing, right? Like the thing that's so familiar, but I can't tell you at all what that is. Those are some of the fun ones, right? And then some weird, you know, sommelier guy goes, "Oh yeah, soap," and you're like, "Ah, totally soap." Fuck.
You know, my daughter works for Starbucks there, Brittany, and they do that shit with the coffees. They have to when they first get there, or they get new coffees, they have to sit down and note that shit. You know, drink it and write down notes of what they think. It's got hints of this, hints of that. I taste chocolate, or this one's earthy, stuff like that, just like we do, but they do it with coffee. I always thought that shit was so funny.
Yeah, that's neat stuff. Yeah. It's weird because everybody's, you know, everybody's nose works a little differently. Like, it's just turning spring here, so I'm just starting to get allergies, which is like the best time to be trying to cure weed, right? Like, fuck, I can't smell anything. I don't get to enjoy this at all. Damn it. I gotta get a nasal spray or something, see if that fixes me.
So, I just out of curiosity, tell me, how would you describe a soap fucking profile? How would you? I'm trying to, like, even as you said it, I'm sitting here like, huh? I mean, what am I looking for that would justify like a soap?
I don't know. Like I said, I've never had it. This is just what I saw the guy that was breaking it down. But yeah, I don't know.
I'm trying to. Is it that like that fucking like
I'd
Christmas
assume it's
story?
like a
Like,
quality hand soap type soap, not like a liquid soap. I don't know, but I don't know.
in a way, you know, I'm forcing myself to like think back, and I can't. I can't see that being present in a can of this. You know, because I automatically I think what's toad taste like. Then I think back to the old days. You might even be old enough to remember that. Remember when they fucking used to pack your mouth full of soap? You want to talk that shit here? Fucking dirty mouth full of kid here. Wash your mouth out with some soap. Actually, shove bar soap in your mouth and shit.
Yeah, I never experienced it, but I heard about it.
Oh god, I've had.
Yeah.
I think like 2 or 3 times. It was like never worked. It's horrible.
What's that
But,
herb that tastes like soap though? Is it cilantro that some people have it comes out soapy to them? Do you know about that?
That
Am
would
I
make
crazy?
sense.
Is it not cilantro,
Sage,
guys?
maybe.
Maybe it's sage, coriander. I don't know.
I know sage gets used a lot in soaps.
But I know one. I think it's cilantro is the one that people complain that they taste soap and hate it, and then the other half the people taste whatever they taste and love it. I don't know. I don't fuck with a lot of cilantro, or if I do, I don't know. Maybe I avoid it because I'm like, oh, that shit tasted like soap. I just don't remember.
It's a staple in a lot of Mexican dishes, Spanish dishes. Charlie's Farm's popping in. I always enjoy Charlie.
Me too.
What's up, brother?
Oh, there he is.
Hey guys.
Got good audio tonight.
It sounds good. Hold on, let me shut this fan off. Let me shut YouTube off too. I got YouTube going in the back.
Well, then you can't see chat.
Yeah. What's going on, guys? Hold on, let me cancel. Okay, there we go. How's everybody doing? That was a great show tonight, by the way, Eagle. She's a hot ticket. I listened to the whole thing while I was working. Missnewtygrows. Oh, Miss Newty, yeah.
Did you know of her before the show? Hopefully.
Yeah, no, I was watching. I only missed like the first half hour or so, and then I jumped on right around midnight, a little after or something, and I was one of the guys that went over and subbed her channel. She seems like a really, really super person. Super. So, how's everyone else doing tonight? How's everybody doing? Good. Everyone doing well? I should say.
Yep. Good times. Good times.
Hey, chat. What's up, chat? It's good to see everybody. Chris and the American One and Mr. Green Potts and I can go on and on. I know everybody else was around early. Yeah, where's Smiley tonight, by the way, huh? Where is he?
I don't know. I think he's took the whole day off, to be honest with you, because I didn't see him hanging out during the Frugal Force in that chat either tonight.
Yeah.
He popped out early last night too and said he had a lot of shit to do today. So I think he was doing it. I don't know if he was harvesting or trimming. I think he already took the room down maybe, and he was working on it.
I haven't smoked all day. I'm ready to smoke now. So
He might just be here listening to us talk shit about him. Where are you?
Yeah.
Take the glove off.
Quick, talk sports. That's Smiley. Quick, talk sports. Hey, so I was helping my wife today too. There, boom, doing the gardening around the house. Trying to teach her how to plant some stuff. You know, she's good at what planting around the house. This is the second year she's doing it. So getting the veggie garden going up tomorrow, I think, with my daughter. Trying to find the time. You know.
Yeah, we did a bunch of pots outside last year for, petunias and stuff. And so, yeah, this year we actually put in some flower beds. She's pretty excited about it. We had a bunch of tulips, but when you know it, the deer came along and just ate the bulb off of every tulip.
Yeah, right.
Just left the green, like the lettucey part there with a dead stem.
Yeah.
Shit.
Right. Yeah, we have deer around us quite a bit now. I mean, the population's been blowing up for years. They're all starving to death, half of them. We have a controlled hunting around here in Mass more than anything. So, and everybody bitches about it, and I sit there going, they're gonna starve to death. What are you kidding me? Plus, I love venison anyway. But it's like, what are you gonna watch them starve to death and just have dead carcasses all over the place? You're gonna go out and control them.
Yeah, then your predators go up. Now you got coyotes and cougars and
dominoes. Yeah, I mean we got coyotes. Coyotes are big around here. We get a moose every once in a while.
Oh yeah.
Nothing like you guys though, and nothing like Keneos up in Maine. They got some big ass fucking moose up there. Yeah, we actually had one in downtown, right outside of downtown Boston, about 3, 4, 5 years ago. Yeah, like 6, 7 in the morning. News crew went out and got him. Found him. So
I saw an elk this year for the first time. I'd never seen an elk in the wild before, and it wasn't far from home either. We were driving, and it walked across in front of us, so we slowed down. We're like, "Oh, elk!" And we're like, "Oh no, it's big. It must be a moose." And then we're like, looking at it, like, "What is that?" Because it's like kind of an in between thing. And then we're like, "Oh, elk! Geez, cool."
Yeah, they can be big, huh? I've never seen one, but yeah, man. Yeah.
I started. I'm sorry, guys.
Sorry, no, go for it.
I wondered if they're even fucking hunted at all up around these parts this year, because fucking the deer are plentiful and big already this year, man. I fucking go anywhere. I'm seeing 10, 12 easy before I hit the main road. Just on my way out. They're gonna be bad this year as far as like cannabis plants outdoors this year. Take your precautions.
Yeah, the deer here just wander around town at night and just eat whatever they can get to. So
yeah,
take what you get.
It's a big problem up in between the deer and the beer and everything else up in Anchorage. I got a friend of mine that was up in Anchorage, and they just it's bringing in the black bear, I think it is, or the brown bear. Look at you, huh? Damn, man. When'd you go to San Fran, bro? Photoshop that. Say I'm not even at home. Do you have power back, Eagle?
Not yet. Not yet.
Yeah, we
have fun playing in the dark though.
Yeah.
This kind of fun's only brought to you by power outages.
Yeah. Sponsored by National Grid.
Oh.
We lose power around here all the time. All the time. There would either, I know we have squirrels up in one of the transformers down the street, but even in the winter, we'll lose power. just here, and even not even in the whole building. It's weird.
There wasn't even a reason for fucking power to go out tonight. Sucked. I mean, it was a nice day, not even fucking windy.
Yeah.
Fucking too many. What I think it was too many weekenders. Fucking overdrawing the system, or one of them assholes fucking hit something. It comes out my mouth too. Goddamn stoner fun.
Hey, so you did shrooms that night with what's his name, huh? With friggin' Tanazi, huh?
Yeah.
Nice, man. Nice. I haven't done those in years. I mean, I have some, but I haven't done them in years. I've been waiting for the right time, you know.
I did them one other time on the Michigan Bros Grow show. And it's a way, if you watch that show, it's one episode where like I'm out and then I don't sign off. I'm just like, they go to sign off and shit, and it comes like right before me, and I'm like totally outie. Man, I just like seen it. It was just, I'm sitting there like waiting and shit, and I'm like watching it come around, and it was like a fucking train coming at me, man. I was like, oh no, it ain't, and shit. I just fucking bailed.
That's awesome.
I told myself that night, I was like, I ain't never doing that shit again.
Yeah, right.
And I turned around and did it again.
How much are you? You know, I couldn't even tell you if I'm a lightweight or anything. It's been so long. I mean, I used to, when I followed the dead around, I used to be able to eat them like it was friggin' candy, you know. But it's been so long. I don't think I could, if they were good, I don't think I could even handle a gram. You know, good
These
stem
are
and a nice
different.
friggin' cap.
And I guess from what I understand, they're legal because they're different. It's what I've heard.
Yeah.
They're truffle. They're psychedelic truffle, which what makes them legal is they don't flower. They don't button out. So if if the fungus doesn't button out or fruit, it's legal. So a truffle are legal.
Right.
So that's
Interesting.
Yeah.
I thought of doing a couple of tubs. I thought about it. You know, I have the space. I've talked to Tanazi over the years about it, you know, and I follow him on Instagram, watching what he's doing with those, with what he has, you know. Just gonna, maybe some penis envy, just because it's one of the easier ones to grow, and they pin pretty fast as long as you can get that environment nice and sterile. You know, they're not so finicky at times with airflow and humidity and all that. So I'm thinking about it. You know, microdosing would be really good because I suffer from depression too, you know. So, and it's a really, you know, you guys talking about the pharmaceuticals earlier. You know, like that.
I've heard great things about microdosing for psychological purposes.
Hell yeah.
For anxiety and depression and shit. I mean, like 1 or 2 time doses.
Yep.
Boom. You go get some edibles, boom. The background wanting you fucking eat some edibles. And I wish I had me some edibles. I'm serious. I started fucking around a little bit when she was on with this background like this. And she's like, "Oh, that's cool. You can leave it like that." I'm like, "You sure it doesn't fuck with you?" She's like, "No, I think it's cool." And I left it on there like that for a minute, and it started fucking with me.
It does look cool though, I gotta say, especially that picture. That looks awesome. Yeah, man.
Pretty crazy.
Yeah,
It's just because it's so black behind me that it all works.
Yeah. Hey, sorry about your dad. I never got a chance to, and I never, you know, expressed my condolences.
Yeah, I know. I can't even fucking have a funeral for him. Sucks.
Yeah. My dad was in the hospital a couple of weeks ago. Nothing thankfully related, but he's 83, and I saw him the other day, and I asked him how he was doing, and they don't even know what they're gonna do with him because of this COVID thing. It's not like it's, you know, been solved or cleared up, but he just looked right at me and said, "I'm starting to fall apart, Bill." You know, and you know, he's a realist. even at 50, when on his 50th birthday, he's like, if I got 20 or 30 good years left, Bill, like you guys were talking about tonight, 28 years. You look at it, from that perspective of how many of these do you have left, and it makes all that trivial shit kind of melt away. It makes what's important comes right up front. To me, anyway. I'm not talking for anybody, just myself.
It should anyway. It should make you appreciate those times a little bit more.
Yeah, no doubt. That's what I've come to realize, especially in the last 10 years or so. Yeah, I'll be 55 this year, man. Jeez, God, I'm lucky to still have a body left. I got a fake hip. My shoulders are going like your shoulder. Yours is, what do you have, a titanium shoulder?
I have pins in mine.
Oh yeah.
It fucking started out simple. I actually, that day I was on a job site and I pressed, I think it was like 80 sheets of plywood that day, fucking up a ladder and past them and shit. And then we were checking out that day and I was lifting myself out of a basement just like that, just kind of pushing myself up, and I felt a pop, and it was like that tendon that connects right here.
Yeah.
And I worked like it for like 6 months, and it ended up just the muscles in the back compensated for the injury up here.
Right.
And what happened was this ended up being fucked up, and the muscles in the back on the shoulder blade ended up ripping loose as well. So they ended up going in with the scope, and they fucking, I've got hooks in the back where they pulled the muscle back and like attached it back to the shoulder blade, and then they pulled this tendon back over here and pinned it down over here. So I got a pin here, and then hooks in the back.
Yeah, man.
Shoulder.
Yeah, I can imagine. I got a titanium hip. I mean, you go back on my old videos when I was 5, 6, 7 years, whenever it was, 5 years anyway. I was 2 years here with on one leg. It was just every 20 minutes I had to sit down. That's why I changed to GoPro, because I was sick of lifting all those friggin' DWC buckets, all those 5, 6 gallon buckets. And I do inserts because they get root bound. I grow them too big, and they weren't on a recirc system. So, oh God, those days. Literally every 15 minutes I had to sit down. I was in so much pain, and I didn't want anything for the pain, and they weren't about to give it to me anyway around Massachusetts because they had all these new laws in place, and I didn't want to go look like I was, hunting them down, so I just didn't even take anything, man. And damn, I'll tell you, I can imagine what your shoulder's like. I got arthritis bad, and it's starting to hit my shoulders from hockey and football over the years, plus I did masonry work too on and off for about 25. I had my own masonry business almost 10 years, So lifting those brick and stone for, bent over and screeting and compacting and cutting, it's hard work, man. Just, you were a freaking builder, right?
Oh yeah.
You were a builder, right? Yeah. So it wears on you. I tell my daughter that, Hey, listen, I loved what I did. Don't get me wrong, but I was young, I was in shape, I could do the work then. Now it's just, it's starting to hit home now. All those years, plus everything else that I did on top of it.
Worked hard, playing hard.
I am blessed to still be here. Yeah, hey, listen. Blessed every day that I wake up. I'm happy. No, could always be worse, as they say. My mother died. I don't know. My father's my only parent left, like I was saying before, my mother died, she was 28, but so I always knew nothing's ever permanent, man, it's gonna make, so I was wild for the first half, and now I'm gonna try a different way for the second half, hopefully. That's when I have my daughter and my wife. So, yeah, not bad. So where's Boom? He's already passed out with the edibles on his chest.
No edibles tonight.
There he is.
No.
I'm babbling over here because I just got stoned for the first time for the day, First time. I'll be a Jack Handy, deep thoughts. Got me right live.
I miss those. I used to fucking love that skit. Them things were awesome.
Yeah.
I'm glad that I wasn't the only one that appreciated that.
Who was that? Who's kid?
when they did Jack Handy. Who was it? It was the one that died. He got shot by his wife there. Hot. What's his name?
Phil Hartman.
Yeah, that's Eagle. Phil Hartman. Yeah. He used to do those Jack Handys. You look in the mirror with self-affirmation. You're good enough. You're strong enough, or whatever. You know. Yeah. I saw the first SNL. I remember the first SNL. First time I ever tripped on blotter. I was watching SNL 11:30 at night. Yeah, back in the 70s. John Belushi and all them were still around. It was pretty sick. Yeah, I actually watch it every once in a while now. You know, watch the old friggin' ones with George Carlin. George Carlin was almost the regular host. I don't know if anybody knows that. He wanted to be on every night.
That's hilarious. Eagles floating around in space.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Right?
He did a pretty good job of following the curve. That was that was synced up pretty good. You'll have to cut that for the new intro when you get everything lined up together.
That's fucking funny as shit, man. Holy God. It is kind of fun to play with, though. Just waving. Yeah, that's going to be fun. I can actually see myself just fucking getting high, just sitting here and playing in front of some backgrounds and shit. Kind of like when you and the news crew shows up, that guy in the background that's always the rabbit ears and shit.
Some of those are funny. The signs they press up against the window and all that. Some of those are just hilarious.
Oh man. Yeah, I need to roll something up. I fucking either that or dab. I got dabs in front of me.
I need to pack myself a new bowl.
Holy fuck, is that times right? Holy shit. It comes so fast anymore. This fucking this time slot just blows by anymore. It seriously does. It's almost like a half-hour show to me. But it's like 5 hours. I can't believe it. We're already hitting the 420 already. I really fucking can't believe it. What's up, Red Set of Farms? Are you just getting back up, or have you been hanging out all night, or just checking back in? Miss D's Nugs, I seen you cheers earlier, but I was a little busy in the thing. I get bummed sometimes when I get into them. Yeah, I heard you guys when I was out there, you and Kenneth Trooper talking about how difficult you guys thought it was to like watch chat and all that shit. And I always feel bad when I get a good interview going because I feel like I'm neglecting the chat. And sometimes I can see that shit just zinging by. So I know I'm missing some good shit too.
Yeah, it happens. Like you've said it before, if you tag one of us in it, it pops up in a different color and it kind of catches their eye a little bit more. Especially if, Eagle's talking, I'm kind of looking at Eagle instead of staring at the chat.
You guys were talking, you guys were yucking it up tonight in the chat. I've seen it several times, you guys. And that's the thing I like about the chat and this whole thing. And even if we get off topic there, you guys just start like listening and carrying on your own thing. But you don't leave. You guys are just like, oh, we're going to start talking about this and shit. You know what I mean? I appreciate that rather than going, I'm bored with this shit and just fucking flipping the channel or fucking leaving and shit. You guys just go, well, we're still here. We're just talking about something else. I think that's pretty cool.
Cheers, chat. Sorry. Do that with the fan. Hey, if your boy Roy Boy's out there, peace, brother. He's from my area. He's from my neck of the woods almost. Just want to say hi to him, man. He's good shit.
He's a weed nerd, long-term weed nerd.
Straight up, man. He's been in the community for a while, man. He's definitely one of the OGs, no doubt. Fact. and he knows his shit. He
For
doesn't
sure.
speak bullshit. Yeah, yeah. He's been around for years. It's to the beige. He knows what's up. It's been a long day.
Man, I love the concentrates, but man, my old lungs ain't got. I just ain't got the lungs for that shit like I used to.
No, I found that with them too. I don't know if that's just me being old and fat, or if that's a byproduct of subpar BHO. Is now I can't take a dab anymore. But boy, do I cough on a dab rig. Oh, it's terrible. Even if I do a cold start, I'm still dying.
And cold starts are so delicious, though. For me, it's a lot better buzz too. I think the hotter you get it, the more racy the high. For me,
Yeah, I could see that. I usually go in for a reheat too, right? So you're you get a couple layers of the high too, right? You get your early terps, and then you get a little more CBN.
right on. That's like we said. We were talking about a little bit last night. The nectar collector. I enjoy that, man. It can really space out a gram or a half gram. And shit, I know people that can fucking on a rig all in one. Fuck that shit, man.
Pedro
Get that nectar
can do
collector.
some crazy dabs. Jesus,
Yeah, I've seen that. I just don't have the lungs for it.
can't do it. Can't do it.
Yeah, I just subbed him the other day. I've been following him for years, but I just subbed him the other day on Twitch. I finally just, pushed that button for him. I've been following him on Twitch for a while. I like checking every once in a while, but he knows his stuff, man. I mean, he just talk about a man on a mission for perfection. You know what I mean? He's definitely he's a craftsman. I put him right up there with anybody else. Caliber is just insane. So,
Yeah,
and
man,
I love
Pedro.
Dizzy's cool too. Yeah, so the whole vibe. I dig it.
Yeah, those freeze dryers are really changing the hash game. Like everybody's going to the freeze dryer, it seems.
Yeah.
Just
No doubt.
the clarity that Pedro gets out of his stuff. Just that
Right.
it's insane.
Yeah.
There's
no doubt.
two other guys that do really cool rosin stuff on Instagram. Indica.only does a lot of THCA extractions, like mix the crystals and everything. And Rackham's, he's another one that does really cool stuff with rosin.
Yeah, I wish I could smoke it. I mean, I smoke hash, you know what I mean? I mean, it's all a form of hash, as we all know, but I can do dry sift. I can do, just CO2. I mean, dry ice. It's got to be just the heads. I can't do any kind of concentrate. I just can't do it. First of all, I don't have a rig. I don't know the temp. Listen, I'm no expert at it at all. And I had a little mini rig that I got, and I was using that a few times, but just the whole setting it up, and it would have been different if I had an e-nail. If I had an e-nail, I'd probably do it, and had a rig just all set, ready to go. That would be maybe a little different for me, but I still like the joints, man. I still like the flower. I love the flower. I always say it's more complex, even though those flavors and the terps can be insane. Some of that extraction. I'd love to try a press. I've never tried, something that's been pressed yet. Some pressed rosin. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I don't have a press either. I'd like to get one. It's on the list.
Yeah. No doubt. So, but I can't complain. I mean, I feel bad for all the people that are going through all the crap they got to go through now with all the shit going on. I feel blessed, I really do. Think about it every day, like, wow. No worry yet, put it that way. So, and
you guys get a lot of rosin up there, Boom? that you guys work
We used to. So the only extracts that are legal in Canada is bubble hash, dry sift, and rosin. Like I don't think you can't get legal BHO like to dab. Like you can get carts, I think, of distillate, but dry sift, rosin, and bubble hash. That's what you're looking at for legal extracts.
And when all the vape stuff happened, boom, down here, was it happening in Canada too? I forget.
I don't know if we had any deaths in Canada. I'm sure we probably had one or two. But I think I was early in the vape game when I was like, you know what? I think the issue with this is probably going to be that it's soldered together with lead solder. That's probably going to be a bigger issue for my health than anything I ever smoke out of this. So I got away from the vapes early. Especially you figure they're disposable, right? So they're making them as cheap as they can. That's not made with, your high grade #2 titanium or whatever the hell it is they use. That's made with some fucking zinc nickel hybrid, whatever the fuck they got for cheap, right? It's gonna be bad for you.
Plated. I always say, plated stuff.
Exactly, right?
So I was getting C cells when I was doing cartridges. I was getting when I was filling my own. I was getting the C cells, which were the top of the line at the time. This was only, a year ago. And they're the first ones. They were having that problem in Cali with the analysis because they were taking studies off of some of the cartridges. They go to different labs. Some labs would dismantle the cartridge and test the oil, so it was a clean extraction. But others would just take the vial, vial and just smash it, and then take the extraction. So they were getting inconsistent results to begin with, saying that there was lead, and then you get the clean stuff that's saying that there wasn't any lead. But right away, C-Cell, I think it was Cushco that owns C-Cell or distributes in America anyway, and they were expensive as hell, I'll tell you that much. But they're one of the first ones that went straight to lead-free anyway. They said, and I think they had said something about how, because theirs was titanium, supposedly, Listen, I like the cartridges. Everybody that I gave them to always loved the fact they weren't the plastic. They had ceramic tips. I mean, they were, I think just the cartridge itself, the vial itself was half grams were like $1.75 or $2.25 each, something right around there. And then, you could choose from the ceramics. They had 3 different ceramics, I believe, but you could also get the plastic if you want it for a mouthpiece. You know what I mean? So I always got ceramics because, totally different feel, completely different feel than that plastic, and I think that makes all the difference in the world too. So they were expensive, man. It cost me about $4 a piece, and you had to buy 250. And my market wasn't that big. You know what I mean? I don't have everybody, I don't have people call me up saying I want 50, so you got to buy 250 at a pop. It was a friggin' investment up front that I was just like, nah, I'm good. There you go.
Light it up again. Tim says in chat that shatter and rosin and carts are here for vapes, apparently. I knew rosin was here, but I didn't know shatter was here yet. And carts, I guess.
Yeah.
I kind of like this one. Do it. Don't do it. Do it. Don't do it.
That's funny.
Come on, take that dab.
Like Lexi's
Smoke a
loving
joint,
it.
you fool. All right, look, I just like move it over, like, hey, you
420, everybody. Smoke them if you got them. 420.
Holy shit. I've been smoking way too much weed. Yeah, that's pretty fun. I'm having fun with the backgrounds tonight, I can tell you that.
All it took was a power outage. Changed that whole production. You got to try to match it, get right in on top of it so your head is your head. You're going to have to come closer to the camera.
Oh, that's fucking funny. That is fucking funny. That wax is pretty good though.
I think you guys are talking about dry sift screens in the chat. What I did was I went to a t-shirt press printing supply company, and I got the LPI to micron chart off the internet, and I just bought the LPIs that I needed from them, and it was way cheaper than buying, you know, one of the commercially available ones that are just the same thing. A little cheaper hack. Might work a little better than stretching it over yourself. Depending on what kind of grade mesh you're getting, of course. You get good mesh, it won't matter.
Gardens, where's your tweezers are on the fucking table is where they were. I used their tweezers to fucking separate seeds the other day. Pack up some gift packs. I didn't want to touch them, so I was using the tweezers. Which, by the way, I got a ton of goodies coming. Giveaway. I spoke with, got some good stuff coming from North Star to hand out. And the Southern Genetics is sending some stuff to pass around. Some good stuff coming around. Fun stuff to play with. Oh, shit.
Yeah, a couple of the ones that I ran from Sub were from Joel. The Grape Inferno was from Joel. The Form Queen Girl Scout Cookies crossed Space Dude was from Joel.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
I had the orange cookies times cookies. All right, yeah. Orange cookies times Space Dude, which was a good one. I enjoyed that one for a while. I still got those beans. I was smart enough to put some of them back.
Yeah, I got the headspace. Subby sent me the headspace, but that was from Heroes from the Farm. But Sub sent those to me. They were good. They had the Space Dude and the I think it was a Head Dog, right? Almost positive it was a Head Dog kind of Space Dude. Real Lime Ricky. Every one of them was real Lime Ricky. That jack came right through.
The headspace.
Yep.
She needs to go the distance if you pop her.
Yep.
She's
Yeah,
a 10,
absolutely.
12 waker.
Yeah. And likes to stretch like a son of a bitch too. No doubt, man. She likes to spread her wings.
What was the other one you said? I'm high, I forgot, but I was interested in the other one. Not Headspace, but
Space Dude? What
No.
was crossed with?
no.
Oh,
You said two. There were two.
No, I said I had the I got the Lime Ricky phenos coming out.
Lime Ricky. Right. That
Yeah,
was one of
yeah.
Sub. Sub made that one, didn't he?
Yeah,
That was an old one.
absolutely. Yeah.
I was torn between that and the Grape Inferno, and I went with the Grape
Right.
Inferno because it was a Nepali OG, and I was into hash, so I was like, Nepali, that'll hash good.
Right.
I still
Yeah,
got
Go ahead.
the Lime Cross times Locomotion that came from Galactic Gardens testers that went around. I still got all those. He said he was on 420. He wasn't on 420, but he was in the chat 420.
He was in the chat. Yeah. I was going to say, I don't remember him being on, but I remember him in chat for a bit.
No, he said he's had F2s available now of those, which I'm sure are pretty good.
Yeah, Tony's always done good work.
Yeah, he's a good dude.
Yeah, he is.
He's another guy that was chasing the skunk too, eh? He had the Tasmanian skunk and something else.
Yeah.
No American one. I never did produce seeds for Subcool. No, I just fucking sold them. No. Nope.
You ever made seeds?
Oh yeah.
Like
Yeah.
on purpose though?
Yes, once and twice I have, but
Because I made
it,
seeds once too, but I didn't mean to.
I've made them both intentionally and unintentionally.
You do
But
it long enough, you have a couple.
it's just the marketing, you know, just if you're gonna do it for yourself, it's not so bad. If it's just like something that you like and you're gonna just keep it because for bigger purposes, it's worth it. But you know, try to breed something, especially back then, and try to get it out there to where it was sellable. Fuck that. You know what I mean? There's a lot of work that going into trying to sell seeds. You know what I mean? You got to first have that winner and to be able to tote around. You know what I mean? You have to cross it, grow it yourself, find that winner, get everybody interested in it for one. Then of course they want the cut. They don't want to do the work in the seed. And then you got fucking fuck that shit. If you're gonna make seeds, even these days, you know, I encourage people to, if you're gonna do it, to keep the shit alive for yourself, and you know, for yourself, yeah, go ahead. But try to get into the seed game. Good luck. It's pretty saturated right now.
Yeah, it's a fact. Yeah, you got to get that hype train going, as they say.
That's what Sub was always good at. He was definitely a good hype man.
Yeah, and the cred behind him.
That's the thing, was the cred. I begrudgingly bought my first pack of regular seeds from Subcool because he was touting that the male brings a lot of vigor to a strain. And I was like, well, I'm going to run your shit right next to some other shit. So I had 5 of his and 2 of some other thing. And all 5 of his were head and shoulders above the other 2. So I was like, he's right. But then 3 of them were male, so I had to chuck 3 of the plants, so I only ended up with 2. I was like, well, it's a little bit of a trade-off there, isn't there? But for a long time, yeah, I'd only run a regular bean. I've only got 1 regular bean in the tent right now. Everything else is feminized.
Yeah,
so I go back and forth.
I haven't run a fem yet, though. I have some. I'm thinking about cracking them from my friend from South Sea.
Yeah.
You know, yeah, it's that time. That time. You know. I always say Swerve did it. You know, all the controversy with Swerve put aside. He you know, Sub said it to him. You know, he's like, when they were having a discussion about doing FAMs right before Swerve did it, was it LA Connection Seeds, and Sub wasn't going to do it, and and Swerve just goes, well, listen, the market's just crying for it, so, and then first year made something like 20 million. You know what I mean? I mean, that's the kind of, you know, listen, I know the numbers that some of these breeders like Tinksy and everybody do it at the small Boston Rally, which is actually it's a small area, but it's huge. I mean, it's packed. It's wall-to-wall people. And, you know, I was with them the day they were there 2 years ago, and believe me, they walked away insanely happy at, you know, the amount of money that they made. And they didn't sit down all day. They were interacting with the people. You know what I mean? It wasn't, you know, it's, first of all, it's a cannabis event. So it's, you know, it's people that have the passion or they're not going to it. Most of them anyway. But yeah, you know, they were like, wow, man. Yeah, I can't wait to get back to Boston. You know, I don't blame them.
So here's the question. How's anything new going to get hyped now? You know what I mean? If you can't be out at cups and blowing it up and passing it around and showing it off, how's anything new going to come out in the next little while?
Same way it always did, through the testers.
Yeah.
Yep, that's
social media.
Yep, there you go, right there. It's out. It's some beautiful shots that we put out that make people want that shit. I mean, that's why they want. They're looking. It's one of those tricks, Boom. It's kind of a trick, if you will. It's a marketing trick. People like freebies. They like to fucking stay ahead of the curve. But moreover, you need that hype that's hard to get. And what better way to get that hype is to get people to grow it out and post credible pictures. I grew this. This is what you can do. That's how Sub got me in, you know. I respected him going, this is my strain, standing there next to it. This, you know, these are fucking nice big plants. This is what my strains look like. You know what I mean? And nobody else was doing that. Everybody else, you just got that picture and shit. I had to
Usually
respect
like
for
the
guy
lower
going,
too, right? You either got the out of focus against the HPS light top cola, or you got a weird shot of a lower bud too in the picture.
Right. And there he was showing off how big his plants could be and everything else. I thought that was really cool. But moreover, it's these shots that we produce on the testers that drive us we're looking through these other testers' pages and shit, and we see that strain that catches our eye, and we go, ooh, that looks like fire. Shit. For there's a lot of times some pictures could be, you know, it could be a beautiful shot of, you know, a fluke grow, or that strain couldn't even be worth a shit. And nobody actually posts that. You know what I mean? And they'll go, oh, this strain's beautiful, but doesn't taste like shit, or doesn't, you know, don't get you high. It's just always that beautiful shot. They're just taking credit for that. You know what I mean? Nobody's elaborating. Nobody wants to degrade the photo by going, oh, it's not very terpy. That's beautiful, but I wouldn't grow this shit. You know, they're not going to do that. And then the breeders just love them photos. They stack them and stack them and stack them and repost. That's another thing too, the repost, the trick in the repost. You know, that's great for business right there. It's marketing times your whole fucking following. I'll give you a pack of seeds for everybody to repost this, and then, you know, each one of them got, you know, each one of them got 1,000 followers. Well, times. That's good advertising right there. I don't know. But that's how it's getting done these days without the events, I think. That's how it's been done for a while now. It's through the photos, social media. Farmer Willie hit that shit right on the head. That's what sells anymore.
Yeah, and you definitely nailed the timeline on how it happens. That's a fact, you know. You know, but I think we grow it because it is dank. Some of the dankest shit out there. You know, I'm not just gonna grow for any go slow that comes along. That's just absurd. I went with ocean grown for 10 years. You know what I mean? And then I went, you know, I jumped hopefully over to Ninja, you know. So, and PH Nerd, I've run his stuff too. So Med Grower, I've run his stuff. So, just feeling a few people out, because there's always people that are gonna want you to run their beans. You know what I mean? So far,
it's funny that you just nailed that shit about how we've all been at one point kind of stuck into with a breeder. Picked one and relied on them for like a nice pinch, you know, where we didn't venture off much.
For a minute there, I could tell you every cross that was on the Hemp Depot page, which was the Canadian retailer. I could tell you every seed pack that was on there, what it was crossed to, and what that was a cross of. I could go deep on all that stuff. And then they came out with like the whole line of the new stuff, like the Sangria and the Cherry Cordial and the what's the other one, Scarlet Queen. And then stuff started getting a little more confusing as like, that's this, no, this, no, wait, which one? Yeah. And then all Badger stuff, like the vanilla tart, that was neat stuff too.
That was good stuff.
Yeah. What was the? He's got a bunch of goji berry something or other crosses. Goji something.
Yeah. He's got a bunch of crosses there. He actually worked with a couple ocean grown crosses, the Vader OG.
Yeah,
For the
was
Lieutenant
the
Dan.
Dark Commander.
Is that what they ended up calling that?
Dank
There was
Commander. There were two of them,
Lieutenant
yeah.
Dan. There too. I've got. I think I still got vintage Vino, the Asian, whatever the Persian Asian, whatever that was by Badger, and then Mango Haze. I think I still have from Badger, as well as Vanilla Tart and what other one I ran of his. I keep pitching away at him. He says he wants to come on, but he's another one. The breeders, some of them breeders are a little elusive, man. Some of them will talk, and some of them are like, yeah, I'll come on, but don't ever want to come on.
Well, it's tough for some of them too. They got a real strict schedule they got to stick to, right? Like you got to take care of everything before you go in the into the breeding chamber to look at that, right? You can't, pop in the breeding chamber and run back to the flower room and back to the breeding chamber. You're gonna seed out your main run. I don't know if he grows like that, but I know that's something Med Grower deals with, having to make sure that the last thing he does is breed room.
That makes good sense. Oh shit, boys! I think I'm gonna pop off and go check the meter and see if I've actually got power.
Yeah, you read my mind. Peace. Thanks, man.
Thank you.
Hey, man, it's always fun. I love it.
Good to see you, Charlie. Good to see you. I always appreciate having you on.
Yeah, another great show, man. She was awesome. I really dug her. No doubt. And everybody in chat, thanks for hanging out. Whoever's left this time. I got a bunch of clones I got to transplant.
Man, I hate to say it, but I think if you guys happen to wake up and you're fucking in a chat, don't be surprised, because I'm just thinking like the regulars. I need to fucking come up with like a regular chat. You know what I mean? Of all of us that like come on quite a bit.
All right,
that way
check this out, Eagle. So in the top right-hand corner of chat right now, there's 3 dots.
Yeah.
Click that. Click it, and it'll say participants. Click that.
Okay.
That's everybody that's still on right now.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. That's the extent that I've learned with my blue wrench. Yeah. I was just like, when I was trying to find how to put modern back in, I clicked that and it said participants, and I was like, this will be it. And it wasn't, but it was this thing. So there you go. That way you won't miss anyone that's still watching when you give your shout outs. You start there and then you can scroll back.
Now that just confuses me, because I see 29 watching, but I'm only looking at like 7 names. That must be just active.
So there's probably a bunch of people watching, like just not logged into their personal account, so their name doesn't pop up, so they can't like the post either. They're probably just watching, unattached to their ability to comment and stuff. I also know if I'm on my Safari app, I cannot post on YouTube. I've been in Safari some nights typing away in chat and no one's saying hi. I'm like, fuck, I must have made everyone mad. And then I realize, I got to go over my Google Chrome and now I can type in chat and it shows up. Because it shows up in my Safari that it's posted, but nobody sees it.
That fucking everybody wants to. I can see the participants just stacking up right about now. I'm not even watching chat. I just see the participants.
People realize they got to talk so they can get their shout out now. Look at that. Grab a little more traffic.
That makes it a hell of a lot easier, though. That makes it a shitload easier.
Yeah, there you go.
I try to go back as far as I can, but that makes it. I like that. I didn't know that. Thank you, Bill.
That way you got the people that are here live.
What I was getting at is, as much as I hate the chats, it would make it easier for me to make a chat with like you Smiley, and the people that pop on, you know what I mean, regularly, to just throw those numbers in there nightly for everybody, you guys, you know what I mean? Then if you see them, instead of that way, I don't have to invite you guys one by one by one. And then that way, if I, because there's been times where like I've seen either one of you in chat, you know what I mean? And I've sat there either in my head or said it aloud, go, man, I need to hit them fuckers up. And I like start to do it, search it in my shit, and then I get talking and shit and think I did it. And then I fucking go back and look and go, oh, fuck, man, I never even fucking sent that bitch out, man. So it'd be easier to just put everybody in like a group than go, okay, anybody wants on, there's the numbers, and you guys could just come and go as you please.
Right on, right on.
So
Awesome.
if you wake up in your chat, that's why. See,
Mad
have
love,
a good one,
guys.
Charlie.
Mad love. Peace.
Peace.
Have a good
Night,
night.
Charlie.
Oh, man.
All right,
Mr.
night,
Boom.
guys. Boom Farms on Instagram, boom_farms. Catch me there. You'll catch me here in the chat. Have a good night, everybody.
Thanks, Boom. See you soon, hopefully. Mr. Boom Farms, Charlie's Farm. Well, actually, Mr. Willie. Call him Mr. Willie. That's what we should. Holy cow, now I'm full screen, big head. Going back to the sky. Bridge. Go back to the sky. Oh my God. Go back to the sky for the shout outs. WAP Asshole for Life. The American one. St. Bernard's Booth. Smoke and Grow Fraser. Miss D's Nugs. Mr. Green Pots. Mountain Skies. John Boy. Hans Warriors. D's Nugs. Humble Gardener 420. Organic for Life. Charlie's Farm 420. Boom. Bill Sid. Aldridge 25. Thank you guys for being active. Thank you guys for following along. I appreciate everybody that watches, participates every night. See, there's also many good people that aren't. You can't do that. Red Setter Farms. People that aren't active, you don't get shout outs, so that ain't fair. Red Setter Farms, Aldrich 25, John Boy, Mr. Green Pots, St. Bernard's Observation Booth, the American one, Miss D's Nugs. So many great people. I appreciate everybody that tunes in night after night. Please tell a friend if you could. Throw that thumbs up. I know I don't ask that often, but it does help. And everybody else, my daughters, Brittany, Lexi, in chat tonight. I love you guys. JD's. Trying not to forget anybody. I appreciate everybody that popped in. Boom Farm, Bag Seed, Light It Up Again, Tim. All you good folks. So many great folks. You guys blow up the chat and I can only go so far back. John Boy, if I didn't fucking give you a shout out. Brittany and Cameron. I know you're not in chat, but thank you for taking care of my baby girl day after day, helping her do her thing down there. Miss my daughter, all of them. Spark Pulley 989. Everybody that tuned in tonight, I appreciate you guys. Your boy, Roy Boy. Mr. D's Nugs, or Mr. Green Nugs. I'm sorry. Butchered that all. All you guys have, I can't thank you guys enough. This is by far way past just being a show. This is a great part of my life now. So you guys know the deal. Do something nice for somebody, no matter how little it is. Even if it's just sending positive vibes their way. It all helps. It all helps. It all adds up. Random acts of kindness do change lives. I think you've starting to pick up on that. And yeah. Appreciate it. Love each other. Have a great day. And we'll be back here tomorrow. Pedro's Grow Room, 11:30. You guys have a great night. An amazing tomorrow. Peace.